Good morning, or evening, afternoon, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Ronan Vector, here back in your timeline, exploring some more Final Fantasy XIV Online. Mostly just trying to get good, But we are having fun finding some of these side quests that I skipped over from when I played the game a long, long time ago. And I started with the rogue class, and we're working our way through ninja now because that's the progression, I guess. And we're here in Korthus, the Korthus Central Highlands. I believe we just finished off all the quests yesterday in this area, so this is done. Like as far as side quests go, now we can do all the repeatable quests we want at the various places I unlocked them. Fates, got your dungeons. But I think I'm going to try to move on and find a new area. Because my goal here is to reach level 45, and I'm level 42 right now. It's a little hard to see because you got my TV in the way there. But I am level 42 right now, so my goal is... every 5 levels you get like a new class quest, and then you get like a new ability that goes along with it usually after you finish it. So I've got one I can do already. My goal is to get to level 45 so I can just knock out 2 at the same time. Get a nice continuity going, So also, let's explain the TV down here. Yesterday we started watching Earth 2, which centers around the DC universe, and it centers around the idea that what if the Justice League basically died, like the big ones at least, and who replaces them after. So we kind of started into it, but I want to start over. I like Comic Storian. I want to show the whole thing in its entirety. So I'm gonna be putting that on while I find quests, do quests, but I'm also gonna stop and read in between to the characters in my best try-hard voices. It's probably why I like Comic Storian, but.
Story series where we take
So
a
let's
lot
find
of our
some
older
quests
videos from over the years that we've been doing
while we learn about
and
comics.
we combine them into a giant large epic that you can basically pop on and then go on a long road trip and watch. Today we're going to be giving you the story of Earth 2, one of my all-time favorite storylines that came out of New 52. And the reason we're doing this is everyone freaking out about Val Zod and Michael B. Jordan being rumored as a new Superman. Either way, this is the actual storyline for Val Zod. I'm a huge fan of the storyline as a whole, but I don't want to spoil anything. You can go ahead and enjoy it. I'm just gonna warn you, if you like Injustice where things go crazy, oh, you're gonna love Earth 2.
The world is almost lost. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are doing their best, but we've lost so many. Parademons are everywhere, and Darkseid has gone on and invaded all of this world. And he's winning. But Batman has one final plan. With Wonder Woman, the last of the Amazons, screaming her battle cry, and Superman's mind occupied by the loss of Lois Lane, Batman scales one of the transmitting towers with Robin as his backup, and Supergirl overwatching a military unit transporting a nuke as a last-ditch effort. As Batman fires a gun through the head of a parademon, and Wonder Woman cuts the head off another, Mercury, the messenger of the gods, delivers a message. Diana, the gods join the battle, but they have fallen. Few of us even remain, but we fight for the human race. He then leaves the area just as Superman is becoming overwhelmed by parademons, and Steppenwolf boom tubes onto the scene. Superman watches in horror, and he tries his best to warn Wonder Woman, but it's too late, as she takes a blade through her back, cutting her through the stomach. He can only watch in horror as she falls to the ground dead, and furious he shouts, "Steppenwolf, I'll kill you!" But he can't even finish the sentence, as he explodes in power. Steppenwolf smirks. "No, Cal, you won't. Meanwhile, across the world, Supergirl loses contact with her cousin, and she leaves the humans with the nuke to fend for themselves as she flies off to check
here
on
we
her
go.
family. Sergeant Pratt tells his men to stand strong as they take out these
maybe
parademons
not.
and they try to get their nuke to its destination. Back with Batman and his daughter Helena, also known
do
as the
that one
Robin
at
of this
least.
world. He tells her to leave him.
Oh, I don't want to miss the death of Batman. Let me, just one quest I can do here that is near my level. Oh, I haven't heard her speak yet. Heard her. Read her yet. More like it. Oh, Jesus. The names. Isidoral's companion has been taciturn till now, but when Irene, I'm just gonna call her Irene, has something to say, all present are advised to listen. Well met, adventurer. May I call you Rax? I'm Irene, a tactical officer of the White Rams, and apparently medic, for I find myself ordered to keep an eye on this lug. Oh, shut it, Isildur. So, the matter you were speaking to Isildur, Isildur about, I'm certain Instructor Mulcott will be keen to hear of the Ixal's movements in the West. Best you talk to her straight away and make plans. That be Maya Mulcott, the leader of the White Rams and instructor of the God's Quiver. She bides this day at Eugenia's spire to the north. Take Belmont's words to her. And do watch yourself. Maya Mulcott slain many Ixal in battle as there are trees in the woods of Proud Creek. She can be scary. Waste her time with maffles or bluster and she might use you as Ixal bait. Alright. Well, at least that gives us a direction to go. Alright, Batman. Die for me.
Get away. Once he puts this virus into the tower, it will self-destruct. And he won't get away in time. With tears in her eyes, she begs her father not to leave her. She already lost her mother, Selena. Don't, Daddy. There's no don't today either. I must. Oh, my brave, wonderful soldier. Live for me.
Oh, Batman's got a daughter in this one.
No! And the tower that Batman is in explodes. Supergirl flies up just as the whole event happens, and they both see a boom tube opening. Assuming that it's Steppenwolf back to battle, Supergirl and Robin fly straight into it, and they vanish into the night. All of the parademons hit the ground, and the battle was over. Darkseid's troops will no longer be able to boom tube onto this world. That was the day that this world lost its superheroes, its wonders. There aren't any left, and they've all perished in this battle with Apocalypse. 5 years have now passed, and the world will try to begin and heal. But this isn't a safe haven. This isn't the end. Our new tale begins with a man named Jay Garrick, as he watches what happens to be a falling star hit the ground. He runs over, and before him is Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Listen closely, human. I am the last of the gods. My brethren all died aiding Diana, Wonder Woman as you knew her, and defeating the hordes of Steppenwolf. But that's crazy! How could we not have seen that? Quiet, boy. I am the speaker of the gods, and you put me to shame. My time is short. I have escaped where I was being held captive to warn all of humanity of the danger coming to Earth and its people. The task ahead will need heroes. Wait, heroes? To fight an even greater threat than Apocalypse invading? How can we? Earth simply doesn't have any left. We lost our trinity of wonders. Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. It's time for a new age to begin, Jay Garrick. New heroes and new wonders. And I bestow on you my powers. Hermes points his finger at Jay and a bolt of lightning shoots out, hitting the young boy. As it settles down, Jay looks in shock as he now has a full costume on him. Then, Hermes begins to die, and the World Army appears telling Jay to stay put. But Hermes' last words to him are, "You can't trust anyone. Run!" He runs as fast as he can until he ditches a helicopter, and he ends up in the city where he happens on a couple being attacked by Apoca-Rats. He beats down the rats and he tells the couple in his speed, "Don't worry, I'll have you out of danger in a flash." And as he leaves, the couple wonders who that man was, because the only word that they heard was Flash. Jay keeps running around the world until he ends up in Poland, where he discovers that he has some problem stopping, and that's when he meets another new wonder, someone introducing herself as Hawk Girl. Are you an angel? Yeah, I have a hawk's cowl and mask. No, I'm not an angel. They talk for a minute and she explains that fate showed her to him, and they'll need to team up soon. But he'll need some training first. When suddenly, all around them, everything begins to die. Meanwhile, across the world in China, a man named Alan Scott is traveling into the mountains to finally be alone with his boyfriend. He has plans to marry him, and as he holds the ring up to propose, the bullet chain explodes and it crashes into the ground. Alan wakes up that night with half of his body burned and an untold number of broken bones. And tears running down his face as he calls out for Sam, his fiancée. But a green flame appears to him. Alan Scott, you are the one. Allow me to take your pain and mend your body. I don't care about that. Please help me find Sam. I need to find him. I am sorry, Alan, but your lover is gone. We were only able to save you. My task was to protect you for the role that you are destined to play. An evil will soon be upon this world, which if left unchallenged will destroy all life. I am the embodiment of Earth's energy, and in truly dark times a champion is chosen. Wait, in truly dark times you pick a champion? Why didn't you pick someone for the war with Apocalypse? The Earth had a champion then. They had the Sun God. Superman? Now that he is gone, I need you to stand in his stead, Alan Scott. I need you to be Earth's new defender. And with that, Alan Scott becomes the new Green Lantern. And as a way to honor Sam, the wedding ring that he was going to give him becomes his new Green Lantern ring. But if the Green has chosen its champion, so will the Gray. And Grundy has been called upon to rise. He begins to rise on the world on the lawn of the White House as he destroys it with the very essence of death. Green Lantern begins to move towards the rock. The Green is telling him where to go, while Hawk Girl grabs onto Jay Garrick and they follow the rock all the way back to Washington, D.C. As they arrive, Hawk Girl begins to blast Grundy by blowing his head up with her pistols, and Flash stops himself by running into the rubble of the White House. Hawk Girl tells him to get the civilians out of here because he isn't trained for this kind of thing yet. This could kill him. But Flash calls out to her, telling her to stop. She could die and he needs answers. She tells him not to worry, she's not dead yet. She swoops in, blasting Grundy through the chest and again in the face, but Grundy reaches out and he easily grabs her by the throat, prepared to end this little fight. That's the moment that the Green Lantern flies in and he uppercuts Grundy, ripping him in half with the green flame of Earth. No more!
Damn.
There's been enough death for one day. Just a wild guess, I assume you're the Green Knight he's looking for? I'm the Green Lantern. Grundy gets up and he throws the Green Lantern into the ground.
I like bats. Don't make me kill you.
No one will care. While Flash is running around saving people, Hawkgirl takes off trying to shoot Grundy off the Green.
Dude, that is like the gimpiest version of Grundy I've ever seen. Alright. Maya Molcott. Ah, cat lady. Who scratches at my door? An adventure on the prowl for Maya Molcott. I am she, born to be the bane of the Birdman. I lead the White Rams, an arrow of the god's quiver aimed at the craven hearts of the Ixal. I see. We must act now, right now, to stop this threat. Extending the defensive line against the Ixal northwest into Korthus will be no stroll through the wood. But, how the birdies will struggle in the net. I can already hear their little necks breaking. Damn, lady. You scary. Instructor Molcott commands both fear and loyalty, and one of those will bend you to her will. Resist not, and find out what she wants. The White Rams are stationed at Eugenia's Spire, ostensibly on guard duty. Oh yes, protecting the trees of this forest from miscreants in the Ixali logging grounds to the north. Very defensive. Lay defense long enough and the enemy forgets we can attack. I suppose that was the idea, but now the enemy anticipates us. Those mocking, tweeting birds have sealed off the north corridor with a blockade. I spit on their cunning. It keeps me from their wee necks. Adventurer, take down the blockade with this bomb finger. Little birds not content to have a few more quiet moons before all hell breaks loose? Fine, the Ixal shall feel the rim. Right? Meow. That was a terrible pun. Terrible. Terrible pun. Alright. Lay it on me, Benny.
Green Lantern, when the news comes over the big screen, asking the world, is this the beginning of a new era of wonders? The Green Lantern tries again and again to beat on Grundy, but he just keeps reforming, so Alan has no idea what to do next. He doesn't need the answer though, as the Atom lands on top of Grundy using his full size of his fully grown body. Threat neutralized, he says as he lands. Sergeant Al Pratt sees the other wonders, and Hawkgirl knows exactly what this is. The Atom works for the World Army. I'm not going back, Al, she shouts as he reaches out grabbing for her. I have my orders, Kendra. Then turning to the Flash and the Green Lantern, he tells them, by the authority of the World Army Council, I order you to stand down. He swats the Green Lantern away, and Jay realizes that it's time for him to do more than just save the civilians. At lightning speeds, he jumps up and he begins to kick and punch the Atom.
I have a hard time believing this is keeping anybody from anything. Says, wow, and I can walk through it.
Yeah, bully. The Flash says as he lands on the ground. That's when the Atom gets up for round 2, but the rot begins to overtake him. What's happening to me? Threat is dead? Grundy? Stupid man! I've been dead all along! Grundy shouts as he begins to wrap and bury the Atom. The Green Lantern returns at that moment and he tells his 2 new friends, you guys save the Atom, I'll take care of Grundy. And the team flies in for round 2. Alan Scott begins flinging green fire from the earth at Grundy, throwing him off while Hawkgirl and Flash get the Atom out of his little hole. And they discover that he's shrunken down. I can't believe that you saved me, Kendra. The Atom says as he gets up. Why not? We're wonders, aren't we? That makes us heroes, the Flash says, and the whole group reassembles, ready to face off with Grundy. The Green Lantern tells the 3 of them to hold Grundy back, and he'll return. He hopes. And if he doesn't, tell the world that he died fighting for it. With everyone fighting on the surface, the Green Lantern communes with the Green, the Earth, and he contacts the Gray, Death. He pleads with the Gray to stop, while it pleads with him to join them. And they will present to him Sam, his lost lover. If he stops fighting the Gray, they'll give him what he desires back.
Yeah, that seems legit. Well blasted. A perfect detonation. Enough from you. Just because you're a cat doesn't mean you have to act that way. Put up your little blockades, my wee birds, and go down, and down they go like a cradle on a burrow. There will be nothing, but nothing, to stand between the white rams and our prey. Alright, what else you got for me, crazy? Really? You want to die that bad? Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, just stand there and watch. The incomparable body language of her people says loud and clear that Mulcott requires one adventurer ready to travel, right meow. Terrible. Corthus and the Twelveswood, busy little birdies they've been, filling their crop with all manner of juicy worms. Or a juicy something else. How now, there's a thought. They could be extracting crystals from those trees, treats for their big bird, the primal Garuda. Adventurer, are you as fleet as they say? I've got a letter going to Corthus for Belmont. And tell that Byblow he can count on us, and that he better be as good as a tactician as he used to be, even if he sleeps on feathered beds now, with a strumpet on each side of him. Jeez. I'm jealous you don't got strumpets. Just gonna teleport there. Take but a second. There it is. Gotta admit, streaming these quests like this made me pay attention to like how all the side quests are more connected. It's neat. Subtle. It's not like game-changing or anything, but it's nice little details. I like it. Alright, Belmont. What's up? Back in one piece. Pardon me if I don't ask about the journey, but what it is a door, I'll say. Think he can get the White Rams interested? A letter from Malka. By the 12, the Ixal are cutting down trees in 12's woods, and to offer the crystals to the Garuda, which is worse than I thought. She said that, eh? Suppose I've been soft long enough. I've eaten my fine table scraps and slept on a feather bed or two, though I won't swear to the other thing. It's the will of the 12, is what this is. The White Rams in the 12 woods, me and Porthos, with whoever will join me. The high and mighty houses of Ishgard can go swiv themselves. We'll stop the Ixal with or without him. Okay. Other quests that come with that? Maybe I need to go back? Shit, where was I? Twelve's Wood. I can find 12's Wood. Maybe. Alright, Benny. Entertain me while I figure this out.
Out in the real world, Flash, Hawkgirl, and Adam are trying their best to stop Grundy, but his power is too great. Fungus, death, and rot are forming all around them, and no matter how hard they try, Grundy is getting closer and closer to Alan Scott's body as he traverses the elemental forces. Inside the elemental forces, Alan is finally getting Sam back, and he holds him close. He could let go now, rest forever in here with the green, the gray, and with Sam. This is paradise, and he feels such joy from being here. But then, he remembers where he is. This isn't paradise, this is nothingness, and this isn't Sam. Is that the best you have, Gray? You cannot win. You cannot defeat Grundy. I thought that too, until you told me how. The Green Lantern breaks out of the elemental landscape and he grabs Grundy. The Gray is done, and so are you. He takes off and he begins to launch him into space as Grundy struggles hard. Problems on the ground aren't done though, as Hawkgirl turns to Flash. With Grundy gone, Adam will turn to his secondary orders. The Flash looks back at her. Secondary orders? So the Flash grabs her and they get out of Washington as fast as they can. Damn it, Kendra, you can't run forever. The Atom shouts as he pulls his mask off. Up in space, Alan Scott can feel the green weakening as he gets farther and farther from Earth, until eventually, he only has enough power to push Grundy to the moon. Then, he floats freely in space, and he begins to fall back down to the Earth. He accepts his fate. But as he falls into the atmosphere, Hawkgirl catches him. She brings him down and he shoots the ground with a full blast of green, basically giving the Earth a booster shot. This is it, the Flash says. We're all wonders. We could be the new Trinity. Well, there could also be four of us if we ever convince the Atom to join up. Sorry, Flash. I don't agree. Green Lantern says, holding his hands up. I don't need either of you. What? We just saved you back in the sky a minute ago.
They got a little trading card game in this I like to engage in now.
But I don't plan on playing Icarus again. So, there's nothing else that can stop me. We're done. And he flies off. The Flash turns to Hawkgirl. What do we do now? Green Lantern. He has a lot of things going on right now, and he's told Hawkgirl and Flash that he isn't interested in making a new team. You see, Alan Scott lost someone dear to him during his transformation into the Green Lantern, his boyfriend, Sam. He's been a wreck ever since he got home and he took the ring off, because it's at that moment that he started to realize that he had truly lost Sam. And that's when Hawkgirl found him. She explained that she has a talent for finding people, putting together mysteries and figuring out who's who. And she figured out that Alan Scott, the billionaire, is actually Green Lantern. So she asks him, please, join them. And Alan tells her that he has always been a man who follows his own path. He doesn't do team. So she fires a dart through the picture of Sam. You're just a target without your ring, Alan. And she takes off into the skies, leaving only a feather behind. Meanwhile, the World Army is preparing for their own endeavors, and they want the Wonders to work for them. And if they won't, they'll build some, like Red Tornado. And on the other side of the world, the Darkseid's troops that were left behind when Batman blew up their tower, they're starting to build a new army under Steppenwolf, with the daughter of Wonder Woman, Fury, by his side. Things are starting to move along in the world of Earth 2. So Hawkgirl returns to her friend Khalil because she needs to convince him to put back on the helmet, to bring out his powers, to bring out the one known as Nabu. But Khalil tells her that it wasn't him that foretold the location of the Flash or that the Green Lantern was coming. It was Nabu.
There's one more
When he puts
card,
the helmet
yeah.
on, he shares his mind with Nabu. And there's insanity that comes with that, sharing his mind with another individual. He doesn't want to give up his sanity for power. But Kendra convinces him to use the helmet to at least teleport around. Because Jay Garrick, the Flash, is back in Michigan checking in on his mom. And she wants Khalil to make sure that Jay is okay. Over in Michigan, Jay walks up to his house while Khalil stands at a distance watching him. And he calls out for his mother to make sure that she's okay. And she tells him that she has been frantic. Even though it's only been a couple of days, the World Army showed up and they had a whole bunch of questions. Jay stops her. They were here? How long ago? 2 hours? Is that a problem? At that moment, the ceiling caves in as the Atom arrives, yelling, "Knock, knock." The World Army walks in and they order Jay to stand down. And Jay tells them, no. He runs at top speed around the room, dropping all of the guards and putting on his uniform and then dodging the Atom's giant hand. That's when a random man appears and grabs Jay's mother. Jay stops right away and the woman in charge of the World Army kicks him across the jaw. But that's when having Khalil around comes in handy, because he steps out hitting the thug holding Jay's mom over the head. Seeing his chance, Jay grabs both his mother and Khalil and he runs as fast as he can, until the three of them vanish. They appear in what is known as Nabu's realm, and the Tower of Fate stands before them in the distance. But that's the least of their worries, as one of Nabu's enemies, Wotan, has summoned them here, and he wants the helmet of Nabu for himself. Jay tries to run at Wotan to free Khalil, his mother, and himself, but Wotan's magic is too great, and he lifts Jay Garrick off of the ground and he holds him upside down, before throwing him back down. Khalil explains that the power of Nabu manifests itself in the helmet, and that's what Wotan wants. The reason Khalil hid it here in the Tower of Fate is because when he wore it, Nabu's spirit tried to take over his body, and it was driving him insane. But wearing the helmet even that little bit imbued Khalil with the magical energies of Nabu, and his last act was to place it in the Tower of Fate away from him, because every time he uses magic, he can feel his sanity slipping away. Since the tower can only be entered by Khalil and his friends, they need to bring the helmet of Nabu out, or Wotan will kill Jay's mother. And on that note, Wotan teleports both men into the Tower of Fate. And all around them, the floor is the walls and the walls of the ceiling.
What is even happening?
Gears and devices turn all over and nothing is where it should be. Meanwhile, across the globe, Alan Scott has learned something tragic from Sam's father at Sam's grave. While Alan thought the terrorist attack on the train was aimed at him, it was in fact aimed at Sam. With this knowledge in hand, Alan uses the powers of the Green Lantern to tear through the gangs of China. He kills as many of them as he can and he tortures the rest of them, trying to get his information, until he realizes that he is really bad at following clues, but he knows someone who isn't. Tracking Hawkgirl to a parademon cell in Louisiana, Alan admits he may actually need some help. She is able to follow clues and resolve a mystery, and he needs her to find Sam's killer. Back in the Tower of Fate, though, Jay and Khalil are walking up the endless stairs and down the walls, trying to find where the helmet is. The place is an ever-changing labyrinth, and the only thing they have to work with is a feeling that Khalil is getting as to the location of the helmet. Where could it be? But their situation is about to get even worse as the Great Beast arrives from the ceiling. Jay grabs Khalil and he runs at top speed through this labyrinth, trying to get away from the beast. But the problem is that up is down and down is up, and he has no idea where he's going. So Khalil tells him to stop, that he has come up with a better idea. The Flash will keep the Great Beast occupied while Khalil finds the helmet, the only thing that can force the Tower of Fate to listen to them. So Khalil feels Nabu talking to him, taunting him to come back for the power. And Jay hides out with the Great Beast sniffing around looking for them. And that's when Jay realizes he'll need to go down there and get the Great Beast's attention. Otherwise, it'll find Khalil and his plan will be ruined. So he runs down and he dodges a swipe, and then he gets caught by the beast's other hand. Luckily, Khalil has found his way through the maze and he's found the helmet. He begins talking to the helmet. He'll do this. He'll accept his fate. But Khalil asks the helmet of Nabu about his sanity. Will he get to keep it? And the soul of Nabu tells him he may lose it, but he may also have the will to hold on to it. This is only the echo of his soul. He cannot foretell the future. So Khalil tells him he'll do it. but he gets to choose a name. So Dr. Fate and Naboo agree. They will be Dr. Fate together. But he wants to know what changed Khalil's mind.
Can I kill
tells
him?
him that it was
There we
Jay
go.
Garrick, a young man that isn't
Oh,
in
yeah,
control
because I had to
and he
lower
hasn't
my
been
level
since he
to
got
be
his
part of
powers.
it.
But he uses them to the best of his ability to be a hero. If Khalil can be inspired by Jay, if he can
Forget
use
that
these
you
powers
lose
for good and
abilities
save
when
the
you
world,
lower your level.
then let it be his fate as he puts on the helmet, becoming Dr. Fate. In an instant, he appears before Jay Garrick, and he puts down the great beast. He then teleports himself and Jay out of the tower and back in front of Watan. Watan, here I am! He charges in hard and fast right at Watan. And in a
What's
giant
doing here?
explosion of magic, both men are thrown back. He throws a protection spell down to block Watan's attacks, and then he creates a portal back to Earth so that Jay can get his mother back there, and Dr. Fate can take their fight back to Earth. Meanwhile, the Green Lantern and Hawkgirl have tracked Sam's killer down to the port of China, and they open up a single shipping crate to find a very shocking sight. The
I'll
bodies
help you,
of
buddy.
parademons. Someone is collecting the dead bodies of Darkseid's army and putting them here. Hawkgirl tells them that they need to return to the last mob boss that they spoke to since he had this information. But Alan feels the Earth pulling at him, the green telling them that it needs protection. He apologizes to Hawkgirl and tells her that he can't stop this feeling. He needs to go, and he rockets as fast as he can to Boston, where the two titans of magic are fighting it out in the sky. Red and yellow sparks are flying all over. Flash tells him to stay out of the fight. This one is for their new friend, Dr. Fate. But they can do some stuff to help. The World Army is coming in to get involved in this fight, and the Green Lantern and Flash take off to stop them. Watan and Naboo have had this battle time and time again, and regardless of the power that Watan has obtained, Dr. Fate has more, and he destroys the body that Watan is in, ending their duel. He then lands in front of the Green Lantern and Flash, and he teleports them all away. They all go to Alan Scott's tower in the middle of New York, where he has decided to help Jay and his mother fix their image problems with the World Army. And they can stay in the tower with him until they can go back to the public. And maybe they can all be a team now. Because he's starting to realize he could use some help. So we now have Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, Flash, and Dr. Fate. But at this exact moment, there's a new problem arising. As Steppenwolf has built his army, and he's preparing to battle against the world. Steppenwolf is beginning to build his army to conquer this planet since Darkseid wasn't around. The World Army is preparing for it by deciding that they need new recruits to battle against Steppenwolf. But while they discuss this, there is one individual that everyone thought was dead. Batman! But it's not the Batman that died. It's a new one that took the cowl. And 72 hours ago, he was fighting Mr. Icicle. He blasted Batman with a shot from his cold gun, and Batman dodged it, throwing a bola at Mr. Icicle. Then, after taking a full blast to the chest, he used a tool to heat it back up and remove the ice. Mr. Icicle then shoots at Batman again, and he saves the hostages before knocking Mr. Icicle out of a window and onto a rooftop where he grabs him and demands to know what he
stupid like
knows.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Icicle explains that he was told by
Mr.
Kanto
Freeze.
to prepare. All villains were. Kanto and Steppenwolf are both children of Darkseid, and while Steppenwolf is trying to function on his own ever since the boom tubes were called back, Kanto has been working towards Darkseid's plan still. So this new Batman decides that he needs to speak to this Hawkgirl and get the new Wonders involved. Meanwhile, Mr. Miracle and Big Barda, two individuals from the New Gods, just like Steppenwolf and Darkseid, are still on Earth, trying to avoid both Steppenwolf and Kanto, except Fury, Steppenwolf's mistress and Wonder Woman's daughter, catches them. Meanwhile, Hawkgirl is trying to track down the mystery that she was on the last time we were with her. Who killed Sam? Alan Scott, also known as the Green Lantern's lover. When her snooping leads her to some Apoco rats, some of the creatures left over from Apocalypse's attempted invasion, she outmaneuvers them and manages to take out all three of them with ease and her guns, until one explodes near her head as an explosive batarang takes it out. She looks up at a nearby tree, and there sits Batman, telling her to keep following this trail. Kanto, one of the assassins of Apocalypse, is behind everything. Then, in a puff of smoke, Batman is gone. Hawkgirl can't help but question her sanity. Who was that man? Batman is dead. Followed by the next question. What was Sam involved with that got him mixed up with Apocalypse? But across the globe, there's more important things starting. A war is beginning with the World
beating
Army
up things
preparing
that
to
look like
attack
kids.
Steppenwolf's army. Except the Wonders have arrived. Green Lantern, Flash, and Dr. Fate come in prepared to end this battle before it can even start. While they're doing a great job dropping everyone in their way, that's not what matters. They're just here to get back at Steppenwolf Steppenwolf for everything he's done for Darkseid. This is Dr. Fate, a man of magic and wonder, the Flash, fastest man alive, and the Green Lantern, the avatar of the green and the earth itself. Except the World Army would like to know, what do they think they're doing? Considering that they're working independently, didn't they even consider for a moment that this might be causing problems for things that the World Army already has in place? But the man with the bow says to Dodds, the leader of the World Army, that he thinks they should kill them now. Flash tells Robin Hood to try, and he corrects him. My name is Red Arrow. But the Green Lantern stops the arguing. How about we follow your lead, Dodds? At that moment, one of the World Army troops explodes from a hit by Brutal. Everyone gets back to work fighting Steppenwolf's forces, with Adam holding back Brutal, and Green Lantern going in for the hit, except Brutal breaks free and spills the Green Lantern's blood. Just then, Dr. Fate is trying to throw everything at the Beguiler, but she throws everything back at him, throwing him to the ground. And Bedlam has the Red Arrow shooting at the Flash by turning everyone against everyone. In the end, the World Army and the Wonders can't beat Steppenwolf's forces, and once all of the heroes are beaten, Steppenwolf's forces head off to continue their war, leaving Flash to wonder, why did they leave everyone alive? Meanwhile, across the globe, Hawkgirl is looking for answers, and as she lands on the rooftop of a casino in Morocco, she finds herself disoriented by a violin and captured in a net. And in other parts of the world, Mr. Miracle is trying to save Big Barda from Fury. He grabs Fury's attention and he tells Barda to make a break for it. Tell Batman what they found today, and he'll keep Fury busy. Don't worry, he'll find Barda again, he will. Barda tells him that he better, and she makes a break for it while Mr. Miracle wrestles with Fury. But their fight is interrupted by Red Tornado, telling them to both yield before the World Army. Back on the battlefield, the war is in full swing as Steppenwolf drops all of the World Army's troops before they can do anything else. Death and destruction are in his wake. To make matters worse, his trio of Brutal, Beguiler, and Bedlam are wrecking anyone that he happens to miss. And as he destroys the main World Army ship, the team leader, Amar Khan, and Mr. Terrific have to jump to safety. But the Wonders are all beginning to wake up, and since Dr. Fate has healed them, they are all prepared for round 2. That's when Dodds gets the order that the invasion has failed. Steppenwolf has destroyed everything. They are to get all of the survivors out of there and evacuate. So Green Lantern, Flash, and Dr. Fate change their mission to help, except the Green Lantern sees Steppenwolf, so he flies straight over to sucker punch him, only to be hit in the back by Brutal. Both Steppenwolf and Brutal begin to beat the Green Lantern senselessly over and over. With his victory in hand, Steppenwolf sees a camera nearby and he steps over to it. Hear this. When I first led the armies of Apocalypse, I did so in the name of Darkseid, but with the gateways closed,
well,
I am now Steppenwolf,
restart.
your master. And that's when Brutal comes out of nowhere and splits Steppenwolf in two. Idiot.
Hey,
we
bravo.
are not his dogs. We will conquer Earth for
That sucks.
Darkseid. Then Brutal's armor breaks
Hopefully we
away,
can get that
revealing
fixed soon.
Superman. He is now working for Darkseid, and he is here to conquer the planet. Dodd sees the situation and he tells everyone, it's time to go.
How you doing
Just
today,
as Superman
Bravo?
begins to split the planet.
What you got going on today?
He rockets around the battlefield, dropping any who might oppose him. Meanwhile, deep in the World Army Arkham base, right underneath Superman, General Lane has just downloaded a program into the new Red Tornado, the brain scans of his daughter, Lois Lane. On the battlefield, Superman is literally ripping people in half, and the World Army calls for a full retreat. They are not prepared to fight against Superman. Meanwhile, back in a separate part of the World Army underground Arkham base, Batman has arrived in a smoke bomb ready to accomplish his own mission. Back on the battlefield, Khalid knows that he needs to try and stop Superman as Dr. Fate, but once he steps up to Superman, Superman grabs him and throws him into the ground, crushing the base beneath them before stomping on Khalid's head, shouting, "No more magic!" Luckily, the Flash runs in and grabs Khalid before Superman can kill him. Superman hit Dr. Fate so hard that he cracked the helmet of fate, and Khalid is losing his sanity fast. Back in the underground base, it has crumbled underneath the weight of Superman throwing Dr. Fate into it, and Lois in her new body is trying to find her father as he is now buried in the rubble. She then holds him in her arms as he passes on. Over with Batman, he has entered into the main chamber of the facility that he's in, the holding facility for all of the villains that the World Army has captured, all the powered individuals. Back with Superman, Flash throws a rock at his head, and he realizes that he probably could have thought this out better. Deep down in the Arkham tunnels, Lois tackles Batman and asks him what he's doing. And did he beat up the guards outside of the door? He then grabs her robotic hand and snaps it, pushing her to the ground. She can only ask, "How? What happened to you, Bruce?" And Batman stops. "Bruce?" Using that chance, Major Sato, one of the World Army soldiers, shoots Batman in the head, and Lois turns around asking, "What's going on?" They both look back at Batman's body, and he's gone, and he's opening one of the cells. Major Sato tells him to stop. Does he even know what she's capable of? And the woman in the chamber grabs Batman by the throat. It is Aquawoman, Queen of the Seas, and Batman tells her that they are her friends. Meanwhile, the Flash is leading Superman on a chase around the world to get him away from the battlefield and the World Army's Arkham base. He's trying to allow them to retreat. Flash is faster than Superman, but Superman now has Omega beams that hit Flash in the back, allowing Superman to catch him. Upside down, the Flash asks him, "What happened to you? I have your poster on my wall." "Always nice to meet a fan," Superman tells him, and then he breaks the Flash's ankle. While this is happening, Dodson, Mr. Terrific, and Terry Sloan and the rest of the World Army are saving who they can from the crumbled part of the Arkham facility as Superman comes back to them holding the Flash upside down. "Sloan and Mr. Terrific, Darkseid has a use for you. You see, you two are the smartest individuals on this planet." Meanwhile, Batman is freeing more individuals from their chambers in the Arkham facility a few doors away. Now that he has Aquawoman, he frees Jimmy Olsen, a kid that can access any information network with his mind. After simply giving him a cell phone, he has the entire world's bank of knowledge in his head, and he tells everyone that Superman is back, and he's kind of a douche now. Oh, and there are parademons back also, and they're rising out of the fire pits that Superman just made. It's a full-blown secondary apocalypse invasion. But before they can leave the chamber, Batman says that he came for one more person. He begins to walk over to the Joker's cell, but he is stopped by Major Santo. "You can't free the Joker." Batman takes the Major's gun and then shoots the Joker in the head in his chamber. "Didn't say I was going to release him. We can go now." But before they can go, Jimmy says that he's accessed this facility and there is one more person that they should probably get below them. Major Sato says that that can't be right. They are on the lowest level. But Jimmy says no, there is a further basement. Aquawoman smashes the ground, breaking open a hole, and the whole team drops down one more level to find a giant vault containing a young African-American male. Meanwhile, Superman flies Mr. Terrific, Terry Sloan, and the Flash to the White House, where he drops them down in front of it. He then grabs the Washington Monument and he smashes the White House. Everyone nearby begins to flee in terror, but back in the deep underground, we may finally have a hope. The kid's name is Val, and once he falls to the ground in pain, Batman knows what this is. The kid is Kryptonian because Batman has kryptonite around his neck. Over in front of the White House, Superman begins to make a speech. "Apocalypse is dying. The gods have outlived their planet, but a new apocalypse will be born, and your planet will be readied. Rejoice! You have all been chosen. All hail Darkseid!" While he gives his speech, Bedlam explains to Mr. Terrific and Terry Sloan what their purpose is. They will make a boom tube large enough for the entire planet, and it will be moved to Apocalypse's space. Meanwhile, Batman, Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, Major Sato, Aquawoman, and Val all make a break for the exit where Hawkgirl is waiting to airlift them out, and Lois uses her red tornado powers to
Good looking out. Yeah, I have to reset the audio every time OBS crashes. Let me back it up again. Damn it.
Dark side. Back in the back, who should be Batcave, where Batman sees Hawkgirl grabbed a few
believe
other
we're near the
survivors.
part
The now
where
insane Khalid,
Superman
who
destroys
should be Dr.
religious
Fate, and Red
icons.
Arrow, Connor Hawk. It's at this time that they also realize Val has never left his home, and he's currently having a panic attack.
Dr.
But
Fate's
regardless
having a
of all of
panic
this,
attack.
Batman tells everyone that they need a plan. Because back on the surface, Superman is having the Parademon army destroy every religious monument and building in the
Getting
world. The people
close
of
in
Earth will
levels.
now only worship
Fuck's sake,
Darkseid.
I need to
There
go.
is only Darkseid. Back in the Batcave, Lois is trying to convince Val to fight with them. He is Kryptonian, and he is their only chance. It takes a little convincing, because he's having panic attacks every time that he considers leaving, but she does convince him to step out into the world. Batman opens the
Dude,
doors
Bravo,
to
that
his
would work
Batcave
on
to allow
you.
their new
The
weapon
sexy
to
robot,
charge up
you're having
the
panic
yellow
attacks,
sun.
and a
But you
sexy
might be
robot
wondering,
gave you a pep
who
talk.
is this Batman? Well, he does explain it to
That's
everyone
totally your
there.
bag.
He is Thomas Wayne. He didn't die in the alley that night. He survived. And since he is a well-known surgeon with people trying to kill him, he went into hiding and he had the hospital fake his death. He then started a life of small-time crimes and drug addiction
Seems to have
until
to do
Bruce
dungeons
found him.
and levy
Furious that his
quests, 'cause I
father
can't
returned to
find
a
any
life of
quests
revenge
that
on
are
the
near my
man who
level
killed
right
Martha
now.
Wayne. Instead of having a life with Bruce, he left his father there.
It
But
is.
once Bruce sacrificed himself to stop Darkseid the first time, Thomas Wayne decided to honor his memory by becoming Batman. He does rely on his drugs to give him strength to continue, though. He is a 60-year-old man.
Yeah, that makes sense. At least he's not pretending to be all natural, you know?
The World Army tries to escape through one of Sandman's portals, but Adam tells him that he'll stall Superman to buy them some time. Superman then grabs Adam by the arm, and using his heat vision,
It's just
he
some
cuts
levies.
off Adam's giant arm. He then begins to beat Adam with his own arm until he is unconscious. Jimmy Olsen in the Batcave gets reports that Superman has flown around the world, stopping the World Army in every major city of the world. They have failed. Dr. Fate then screams out from the corner of the cave about crumbles and an exodus. You see, Superman has crushed and cracked the helmet of fate, and he's been growing more and more insane since then. Red Arrow demands that they leave the cave and they do something. They can stop Superman, but Batman challenges him to face off with Superman using a weapon from 500 years ago. He would be useful if they were attacking Batman's castle or something. Everyone is frustrated. They don't have a plan of attack and they can't think of a way to stop Superman. So Major Sato suggests a final fallback. The World Army has been using the island of Amazonia as their fallback home. It's been shrouded from the world in magic, and it's the last bastion of hope. Though no Amazons have lived there since Darkseid's original attack. Dodds tells Commander Khan on the island that he was only able to evacuate less than 100,000 soldiers, and he only has 10 million remaining civilians. Khan is distraught, and Dodds tells him it's not his fault. He couldn't have seen this coming, but Khan doesn't accept that. He feels that he was arrogant and underprepared for this type of attack. It gets even more concerning for him as he gets word that the world government has begun Project Beyond. They built a space ark as a final effort to save the doomed planet's wealthiest and most powerful. They waste no time launching it into space at increasing speeds. Superman sees them trying to make an escape and he decides to make an example of them with Beguiler's help. He tears open the bottom of the space ark and he allows everyone inside to fall back to Earth to allow the 1% to trickle down. Khan tries to call up to Atlantis to plead with Aquawoman to help, but she refuses. The World Army is the one that trapped her in the capsule, making her a prisoner. Jimmy Olsen interrupts their call to inform them Major Sato might have a plan to stop Superman. Meanwhile, Bedlam is mind-controlling two of the smartest individuals on the planet, Mr. Terrific and Terry Sloan, and he's forcing them to help Mr. Miracle, whom is also being mind-controlled, into building a boom tube big enough to move a planet. Bedlam can tell that Terry Sloan is hiding something deep in the recesses of his mind, and when he finds out what it is, he calls up Superman to let him know they're hiding a Kryptonian. He flies to the location that they are being kept, and he grabs Terry by the throat, demanding to know about the Kryptonian. Bedlam tells him to stop. They need Sloan, and they've got all of the information already. The Kryptonian's
I guess
name
we
is
can go turn those
Valzad,
in.
and he was sent from Krypton at the same time as Superman, but he ended up here much later for some reason, and Sloan is the one who found him. He was placed into the Arkham facility, but he was taken from it. Bedlam then shows Superman a camera image of Aquawoman and Batman. That's impossible. This man is our greatest threat. Back at the Batcave, Lois Lane is trying to teach Valzad about his powers, because once he arrived, he was locked up deep underground. He never saw sunlight, and he never knew that he had powers. But as he's getting a handle on simple flying, parademons arrive with Superman leading the charge. He whips past Lois and Hawkgirl and he buries Val-Zod into the ground. He then prepares to begin beating on him when Lois Lane stands in front of him. Clark, it's Lois! He pauses for the first time since the invasion, and the fury in his eyes begins to lift. Put him down, Clark! Superman doesn't know what to do, so he drops Val-Zod on the ground. But you died, you can't be here. Then Lois is hit in the back by the parademons. She falls into Superman's arms as he shouts, "No!" blasting and killing every parademon right above them. Lois Lane can't believe that Superman is now killing her. So Val-Zod and Hawkgirl go to safety, and Lois leaves with Superman. But before Val-Zod and Hawkgirl can get to safety, more parademons arrive and they begin blasting them. So Val covers Hawkgirl with his body, taking all of the hits, until the Green Lantern appears to make a shield and protect them. Hawkgirl looks up to him in shock. Everyone thought that he died when Superman and Steppenwolf beat him. But then the Green Lantern blasts all of the parademons. Yeah, I can't tell you how much that pissed me off. Superman brings Lois back to the Kent farm in Kansas, to his parents. He's acting weird, like he's trying to be his old self. He exclaims, "Mom, Dad, Lois is alive!" Terrified, the Kents tell him to come in. While Lois tries to explain to the Kents what's going on, Superman makes a call. And, looking through Lois's eyes, everyone in the Batcave is able to see him make it. He's calling Bedlam to inform him that he was right. Everyone is in Gotham and they are at the old Batcave. Batman tells everyone that they need to get out of here and get to Themyscira, but the Green Lantern says that he is done running. It's time to
doing
fight.
some repeatable
Before they can do
quests.
anything else, the Warhound breaks through the cave with the parademons. They are
Nothing-
here already.
nothing
Red
story
Arrow begins
relevant.
firing his arrows at them. Hey, look, Batman, they're attacking your castle. Just before he gets bit in the neck by one of the Warhounds. Then, when the extraction arrives, Dodds makes a portal right there and everyone begins running into it, except Green Lantern. He is blasting everything and asks Hawkgirl to stay with him. He has a plan. Then, the Azrael protocol goes off and the whole cave explodes as the portal closes behind everyone else. Meanwhile, the Flash is being held captive ever since Superman caught him by breaking his ankle. Green Lantern survived by making a protective bubble in the explosion, and he even kept a parademon alive. He tells the demon to report that they have failed. Then, as the demon is leaving, Green Lantern explains the ring found Hawkgirl, but he can't find the Flash, and he wants Hawkgirl to help him follow the demons back to the Flash. As Batman and the team hits the ground of Amazonia, Khan calls out for a medic for Red Arrow, but Batman tells him not to bother. Red Arrow is lost. Then he turns to Val-Zod. "Why didn't you do anything? You could have torn them apart. I know you don't like violence, but do you like this?" he says, pointing to Red Arrow. "Because it's on you." Val steps away from a very angry Batman and Jimmy chases after him. "Thomas Wayne, I know who you are. I get that you can't fight back either because you didn't have your super strength formula, but Val couldn't either. But he sure as hell was doing what he could to protect us. Frankly,
Super
someone that
strength
powerful choosing
formula. That's a
non-violence
nice
is
word for
incredible.
drugs.
And being a doctor, you just yelling at someone for caring about life is stupid. You need to stop being so damn negative. I was seriously considering becoming your new Robin, but if that's gonna happen, we need to talk about your attitude." While this is going on, the Green Lantern and Hawkgirl follow the parademon
It
back to the
seems
White House, where there are
insufferable.
legions of parademons. Hawkgirl begins looking for Jay, while Green Lantern makes a distraction and begins fighting all of the parademons himself. It doesn't take long for her to find him and get him out of there, allowing the original three Wonders to reunite: Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, and Flash. But back on Amazonia, Jimmy Olsen goes to chat with Val. He tells him Batman was wrong. Connor Hawk wasn't his fault. Then he asks what he's hiding underneath that hoodie. Nothing. "Well, I have a photographic memory, and I know you haven't taken that thing off since we got you out. Don't you think it's time for a change of clothes?" "Yeah, okay." And Val-Zod tears off his hoodie to reveal the crest of the House of L. Batman and Khan begin getting reports from Hawkgirl that they just freed Flash and are being chased across the Pacific by an army of parademons and one very angry god, because Beguiler isn't happy. Val finishes taking off his normal clothes, revealing the entire uniform of the House of L. Lord and Jor-El took him in after his parents were punished by the Kryptonian Science Council, and he was hiding the crest for obvious reasons. No one's really a fan of Superman right now. When it was Krypton's time to die, Val was sent away with Clark, Kara, and another Kryptonian. The Green Lantern finally falls though, and it's up to Hawkgirl to save everyone from Beguiler. That is, until Aqua Woman comes out of nowhere, creating a tidal wave to drop the demons and Beguiler. Using this opportunity, the Flash grabs her and runs as fast as he's ever run before, faster than any Flash before. Things go white around him, and even he has no idea where he is. He's never run this fast before, and then Beguiler vanishes. He runs back to his friends and he tells them that he thinks maybe he pushed Beguiler into infinity. Hawkgirl calls it in and tells Batman his ambush worked. Aqua Woman
Being
saved
over my
him,
head
with
here.
Beguiler
Let's
gone.
see.
Batman asks where Superman is, and they watch through Lois's eyes once again. Superman has snapped and he is setting the table, and then he runs out to the barn to get Pa. Pa Kent tells him that he doesn't want to sit there and pretend that Clark is. Clark stops him. "Pretend I'm what, Pa? Come inside and show Lois some hospitality. You and Ma are too old
is
to be
a
of use to Darkseid when he arrives.
scary
So
So let's
version of
enjoy
it.
this while we can. They sit down and they begin eating chicken.
Hey.
And Jonathan Kent has had enough. He stands up and he shouts, "Screw Darkseid! I'm tired of being afraid." Superman stands up and he blasts Jonathan Kent into dust. Lois then stands up. "You can't be him. Clark
That's not
would never
good.
have done that." Superman is in shock. "Don't say that. I love you." But before they can do anything, Bedlam calls it in to tell Superman that the gateway is ready. They're ready to move Earth into the position of Apocalypse, and they need him back. Then, Sloan has Mr. Miracle release the beam. Dr. Fate looks up and he can only say, "Boom." With the device working, everyone can tell that they are taking Earth and they are moving it. They are about to lose this war. So Batman asks Khan, is there enough army for one final push to stop where the beam is coming from and stop this merger? Yes. Then let's go. Dr. Fate walks over to Val-Zod and he puts the helmet onto Val-Zod, allowing him to see everything. Val then takes the helmet off and he tells Dr. Fate, "I won't kill Kal-El." Then using his heat vision, he fixes the helmet to bring Dr. Fate back, though he does need to heal mentally from that. Meanwhile, in space, the Green Lantern is using everything he has to hold the planet in place until Superman comes up and grabs him by the throat. But before he can smash Alan Scott's head in, Val-Zod grabs Superman's hand, stopping him. Down on the planet, Batman leads the charge as they prepare for the final fight by jumping in and
something?
burying a Warhound's head into the ground. Batman has his strength again. And nearby, Superman and Val-Zod hit the ground. Superman might be evil, but he's not stupid, and he begins to fly right to the location of the beam to prevent them from stopping it. But Lois gets in his way, stopping him long enough for Val-Zod to charge in from behind and try to pull him away. Superman then flips the tables and slams Val into the ground. While this is happening, Flash grabs Aquawoman and runs her into the building where Mr. Miracle, Sloan, Mr. Terrific, and Bedlam are. She begins beating on Bedlam right away, getting him out of the building and onto the ground in front of Batman. With Bedlam out of commission, Sloan, Terrific, and Miracle are free of his mind control and they begin trying to stop the machine. Seeing the boom tube fading, Green Lantern comes back down to the surface of Earth to help in the war effort, and he asks Aquawoman how she stopped Bedlam. She explains that she basically caused him to have water on the brain. The Queen of Atlantis just gave a god a stroke. Flash asks, "Is this it? Did we stop the war?" "No. There's still Superman, Flash." And a little ways off, Val-Zod and Superman are going at it. Until Superman's hand begins to crumble. "What's wrong with you?" Val asks him. "What did you do to me?" he asks back. He begins to crumble and fade, and Lois appears stating, "It's not Superman." His face begins to crack and his speech patterns begin to change. "Me am Superman. Lois, me am Superman." Then, using her tornado, she blows away the dust that was the fake Superman, ending this.
This
"Now
world's
what?"
bizarre.
Flash asks.
That's
And
fucked.
the Green Lantern stands there with the new team. "Now we take our world back." Constantine stands up surrounded by parademons, realizing that he isn't home any longer. Suddenly, a flash of light forms around him, killing all of the parademons, and in front of him is
Guess it
Watan,
was
one of
too much
Dr.
for
Fate's
him.
villains. He tells
At least we're best
Constantine that he
friends
knows
now.
that he is a world walker, capable of leaving this dimension, and since this world is ending, he would like to leave now. Constantine pulls out a
Poor
trinket to
Watan.
try and fight back, but Watan destroys it in his hands, leaving him with very little options. Meanwhile, over in Liverpool, England, the John Constantine of this world is sitting with his friends, having a final pint before the end of the world. They all comment how they won't get to live their lives, and this is truly the end. And that's when John stands up and he braces himself on the table. Over with
There we
Constantine,
go.
he feels the same wooziness and he hits the ground. Looking up at Watan, he asks him, "What did you call me? World Walker?" So Watan explains that Constantine is crossed between the universes, walking the road of the gods to this dying world. He then grabs a hold of Constantine and he realizes that Constantine couldn't have sent himself here. Some truly powerful magician must have. Watan begins to cast a spell on him to turn him into the gateway, but Constantine offers up an alternative. He claims that he knows how to cast the spell, so if Watan lets him live, he can make things a whole lot easier and he doesn't have to die. Watan is suspicious, but he does agree. Meanwhile, over in Liverpool, John hits the ground in an immense amount of pain. Constantine, back with Watan, puts his feet on the ground, lights a cigarette, and he begins to start the incantation. While in Liverpool, John begins to clutch his chest. The spell begins to open up a gateway through Constantine all the way to John. And seeing his escape from this doomed world, Watan begins to pass through it. But since there are two John Constantines in this world, the gateway is looping back on itself, and Watan is on his way to Liverpool, creating a bridge from Constantine to John. Then Constantine begins to close the gateway with Watan
Wutan halfway through it, cutting him in half, with his head bouncing off the ground in front of John and his friends. Using Wutan's blood, Constantine starts to prepare some magic, because with 2 John Constantines in one place, he honestly has no idea what will happen if he tries to leave this world. He will need all of John Constantine, both halves, in one spot, so he comes up with a plan. And thus, Constantine's journey begins on Earth 2. He steals a car and he begins to drive to the location of John, and while he's going there, he tells himself with fire burning around him and the skies as dark as night that this isn't hell. He's in another universe. None of this is real. Don't stop and help anyone. Just get to your other half and get off of this world. He sees people being beat down and cars exploding and people in dire straits, but he tells himself, ignore it. It's not real. Get off this world, Constantine. He drives as the moon breaks apart and it begins to fall around him, bringing meteors to the ground. Constantine swerves out of the way, but one of the meteors crash lands right next to him and he smashes his head on the windshield. In a dreamy haze, we can see 2 eyes and the sign of fate. They tell him to get to Liverpool and ignore everything. Fate will meet him there. He wakes back up and he holds a cold rag to his forehead. In front of him was another car, one that he saw earlier with a young girl in the back seat. And when he looks up, the back seat door is open. Constantine knew that this wasn't good, but he also knew that this girl wasn't real. He shouldn't save her. Be a waste of his time. Tries to convince himself to drive away. Ignore this, but he can't. He just couldn't do it. He took her headphones that were in the back seat and he followed the trail into a field where he saw her dead body and the murderer standing there with a gun. He forced the murderer to shoot himself in the head, and then he left. He drove until he ran out of gas, and then he walked, and eventually he found himself in his old town with the old house with the same white door. He knocked on it and the door was opened by his father, and inside he saw his father, his old friends, and John the doppelganger. John gets up off the couch and he lunges at this imposter, but once he touches Constantine, they see each other's lives, and John knows what this is. It's an alternate version of him, and this version of him is a wonder, a superhero. He can save them all. So Constantine sits with his alternate world family and he tells them that he's going to save them all. And at that moment, the doors and the windows break open and random thugs come crashing in. So Constantine hits the streets telling everyone to run and follow him. They run into men in SWAT outfits launching tear gas, but as they pull through it together, they make their way to an old brick factory. There, Constantine gets himself all bandaged up and he explains how bad this really is. Darkseid is known for his cruel nature, and he won't allow anyone to escape. So he needs to place a protection circle on the ground, one to save them all before he can cast a spell to get everyone out of this dimension. The problem is, though, there are 2 John Constantines, and it's continuing to ruin Constantine's magic. So they put down the protection circles, and Constantine explains to everyone that if they do this, there will be a cost, and no one knows what it is, but there will always be a cost that they'll have to pay. And once they start, it'll summon anyone in tune with magic to their location. Once he starts his spells, it begins to work right away, because Dr. Fate arrives, asking to speak with the World Walker. He lands in front of everyone, demanding that Constantine open the door. This planet is under siege, but Constantine hesitates. He knows what he'll need to do, and he isn't sure if he should. He has to kill his doppelganger or himself. If he kills his doppelganger, he'll be killing a better man than himself. But if he kills himself, he'll be doing it to save the alternate world versions of his family. Is it worth it? Are they real? He ponders this while taking a drag off his cigarette, and Fate sees what's going on. The 2 John Constantine souls are intertwined. He offers Constantine the use of the Helmet of Fate. If he puts it on, he can untangle their souls and save everyone. But this will just make Constantine a slave to Naboo, just as Khalid is underneath that helmet right now. He isn't ready to give himself up to Naboo and the helmet. At that moment, the parademons begin to crash through the ceiling, and Fate begins to use everything he has to try and stop it. While blasting the parademons, John of Earth 2 puts it together, and he asks Constantine, is it me? Am I the one causing the problems? Everyone starts to fall around him, the family that he never had, the good people. And it's all because Constantine won't kill himself. He knows what he should do, but will he? Will he do it? Or will he take the helmet? But Constantine is not a good man, and he decides no. He takes the knife and he stabs his doppelganger in the stomach, ending his life. As the John of Earth 2 hits the ground, the portal begins to open, and in a flash of light, Constantine and his Earth 2 family teleport away, leaving Fate there, cursing them for leaving him behind. He protected them. John's family comes to Constantine's side, realizing that this doppelganger killed their son, and they tell Constantine that they will make him pay. But he tells them, there is a price. I told you that there would be. As they try to kill Constantine, the spell continues, and in an explosion, Constantine finds himself on a glowing platform between the realms, carrying himself and the family to the proper Earth. Finally having enough of this, he tells them to stay down while he saves them, and they tell him that they don't care. He killed the best man that they knew. The disc flies past heaven itself, and they see it under siege in this realm. Darkseid is trying to conquer Earth to ensure no one on Earth 2 is safe, and they will have nowhere to go but apocalypse in their death. And in a turn of events, Fate sends up chains to grab them, demanding that they do not leave him on this doomed planet. The hooks dig into Constantine's back and his Earth 2 mother and father. Fate tries to convince Constantine to become one with him again, telling him that together they could save everyone. But if Constantine stays alone, he will lose them one by one. He jumps over, getting the hook out of his own back, and then he saves his father. But as he tries to save his Earth 2 mother, he watches her get dragged off of the disc and down onto the doomed world. Again, his Earth 2 family is distraught. They are losing people all over the place to save what? Themselves? Is it even worth it? How could Constantine think that they would want this? Their ride brings them past the Green, under assault by the parademons, and then past the Rot, also doomed, and they see all of the realms tied to Earth 2, and they see that Darkseid is about to rule everything. But they aren't home free yet. Constantine begins to feel something in his mind, something giving him a headache, and it's something that sees him, something that they didn't want to follow them through this journey. As they arrive on the proper Earth that Constantine started for, with a multitude of survivors that he managed to pick up with his spell, the voice reveals itself to be Darkseid himself. He reaches a hand through the road between worlds, and his hand reaches out for Constantine, demanding to know where he's gone. But that's when something else gets his attention. What world is this? Where did Constantine take everyone? Constantine starts to drop the other survivors into Darkseid's path as decoys, and then he realizes he needs to perform one last trick. It's the only way to save who he can. He lets his magic consume him, and he lets it take over his entirety. And then John Constantine died in space as he threw all of the survivors to the planet Earth. But it's not the truth. He used everything he had for one last trick. He made Darkseid think that this universe was one that he had already conquered, and that it was a dead universe. But once he saw Constantine dead and the universe consumed, Darkseid turned away. Constantine himself floated through space, and then he entered the orbit of the planet, and he came crashing down next to his Earth 2 family. His alternate Earth 2 father pulls a gun on him, and he tells him to look at him so that he can shoot him. And Constantine turns to him, telling him, "I saved you, yeah? I never did anything with my sodden life, but I did this." And his alternate father tells him, "You didn't save Marianne, and since you didn't, I would rather be dead." So Constantine takes the gun, and he holds it to his forehead. "I told you if we did this, it would cost us something. Everything costs something. So do it. Pull the bloody trigger." His alternate father turns away. He can't do it. So the alternate John's girlfriend walks over, takes the gun, telling everyone that she can do it, and she pulls the trigger. But it was another trick. John Constantine teleported away into the nearby cliffside. The Earth 2 family looked around, and they saw that the other survivors that he had saved had made it, and they decided that it was time to figure out what to do next. They were safe from Darkseid, and Constantine looked down from the cliffside that he was on at the beach that they were standing on before lighting a cigarette. He went back to New York to take a seat at the bar, because the life of John Constantine is as crappy as it will always be. Now our wonders have been dealing with the aftermath. There are still parademons all over the planet attacking, and they have been split into two groups to stop them. While this is going on, the World Army is preparing a defense for the next attack. They know it's coming. The Flash is running around the world gathering intel from every location, since communications around the world were destroyed in the second invasion. As the Flash runs into the Chicago stronghold, we see three individuals in refuge: Dick Grayson, Barbara Grayson, his wife, and their son Johnny. Things are bad, the entire world is in ruins, and everyone is trying to recover from the destruction. But Grayson's goal is to keep his family safe. Nothing will change that. Across the world in Switzerland, two individuals have finally found a way home. During the first invasion, Supergirl and Robin went missing when they chased some of Darkseid's troops through a boom tube. They ended up on Earth Prime and took the names Power Girl and Huntress. Then they found a way to get back home to Earth 2, and they arrived to see all of the destruction as they look on in shock. And then they see a television displaying this world's heroes: a new Superman, a new Batman, and a woman in red. Val, Batman, Green Lantern, and Lois are all trying to save people as one of Apocalypse's fire pits erupts in the middle of the city. Earth is still highly unstable as Apocalypse is trying to ruin the planet itself. Lois wonders if it's even worth saving. They can't stop the planet from destroying itself, and that's when Power Girl and Huntress fly over. While this is happening, Bedlam is keeping control of his servants. They will build him a new way to bring Apocalypse here. The planet was prepared, now they just need to finish what they started. Luckily, Mr. Miracle has been waiting for the right moment to break free, and that's when a boom tube to Apocalypse opens up once again. Miracle realizes that it's either now or never to act against Bedlam. Power Girl and Huntress land, and they demand to know who these imposters are. Who dares wear the symbol of Superman and Batman? Batman is in shock. "Helena, I thought you died. It's me, Thomas Wayne, your grandfather." And Lois explains that it is her in this robot body. So Kara embraces her, calling her Mama. But before any more happy moments can start, the boom tube brings forth what it was summoning. In Pakistan, London, Brazil, and Geneva, creatures of Apocalypse rise out of the fire pits, the furies of Apocalypse. Our heroes all go into a fight with the woman
really all
calling
I
herself
knew about
Khalid.
him.
But without even breaking a sweat, she manages
Meat
to throw
Canyon's
Power Girl
cartoon
aside, drop
that
Huntress,
he did
dispose
on
of the Green
Dr.
Lantern, and
Disrespect
drop
and Other
Batman.
Streamers.
Power Girl comes
That
up
was
from
pretty
behind
funny.
and tries to hold Khalid, but she
I
throws
like that.
Power Girl into Val-Zod, taking him out of the equation. Meanwhile, back at the World Army's base, Jimmy Olsen, a kid with the ability to control and read any technology, can see the Furies rising, and he warns how bad this just got. Commander Khan of the World Army puts in a call to Batman, telling him that there are 3 more of these Furies rising. As Batman puts out the call to tell Hawkgirl, Dr. Fate, and Aqua Woman where to go, he then sends the Green Lantern off to Brazil. While everyone is getting ready to fight, the parademons rise out of the fire pits, but they aren't the normal parademons. They are the reanimated corpses of everyone that has died. Apocalypse is using Earth's own dead against them. And with that realization, Khalid jumps back in to fight the Wonders. Back at the World Army's base, Major Sato and Commander Khan look at the reports of a very large object en route to Earth. It's Apocalypse. It's finally here. So Commander Khan tells her to look into Dodd's search for Oliver Queen. They're going to need Oliver Queen. Khalid knocks Lois out and then grabs a civilian, stabbing the civilian in the back and changing her into a parademon. They don't even need people to be fully dead anymore. The woman screams out in pain as she begins to change into a follower of Apocalypse. Over with Bedlam. Mr. Miracle uses his abilities to break the mind control over Mr. Terrific and Terry Sloan. Like he said, it's now or never. Mr. Miracle pushes himself, Sloan, and Bedlam into the labyrinth that is Sloan's mind, hoping to lose Bedlam there. Bedlam uses Sloan's own guilt against him by summoning those that he killed when he opened up the fire pits. In his mind, he finds himself fighting those souls that he sacrificed. But Miracle pushes Bedlam aside, breaking his hold, and Sloan digs his thumbs into Bedlam's eyes before throwing him down into the deeper recesses of his own mind. Then they leave the mindscape and are free. The greatest minds on the planet are back on the side of good. They make their way to the World Army's base, and it's there that they get the report. Apocalypse will collide with the planet in 24 days. Back with the Wonders, they are still fighting against Khalid, and she manages to cut Huntress, Lois, and Power Girl with a weird weapon, turning them into members of Darkseid's army. In 3 quick moves, they
like
drop
that,
Batman
huh?
and Val-Zod. Then Khalid stands over the 2 of them victorious with her new toys. She goes in to smash Batman's head, and Val wakes up just in time to grab Batman at super speed and get him out of there. Huntress jumps into battle against Batman, and Val-Zod begins fighting against Power Girl, and Khalid gives Lois the order to watch, then destroy the city. She has things to do. Back at the World Army's headquarters, the order to interrogate Mr. Miracle has come down, but Commander Khan refuses, so they send in Dodds, the Sandman, to conduct it. Mr. Miracle is playing along, but he's growing tired of these games. He is here to help, and he wants his mother box back. Over in London, Hawkgirl and Dr. Fate have arrived, prepared to defend it, but another individual fell into the multiverse, and he now finds himself on Earth 2, John Constantine. Back with Batman and Superman, they are getting wrecked by their former friends. Luckily, as Khalid leaves, Lois's systems realize that something is wrong, and they begin to reset her memories, freeing her of Khalid's hold. She manages to create massive tornadoes around Kara and Helena, knocking them to their senses. With Khalid gone, Batman realizes that they need to go to the source of the fire pits. They need to stop these pits finally. Back at the World Army's base, Big Barda and Fury break open the roof of the interrogation room, freeing Mr. Miracle. He insists that he told them to be patient. Meanwhile, Batman calls up the Green Lantern to ask if he can protect the surface while he goes into the fire pits with Lois, Helena, Kara, and Val-Zod. Green Lantern lets Batman know that he lost sight of the creature in Brazil, but he will watch the surface. He then asks if anyone's heard from Aqua Woman. This whole time, she's been swimming down to Atlantis, and it is there that she finds that most of its inhabitants are dead. A Fury has slaughtered them all. Back at the World Army headquarters, Mr. Miracle learns why Big Barda and Fury couldn't wait. The armies of Apocalypse have breached the island, and the battle has begun on Amazonia Island, where the World Army is. Mr. Miracle runs into the main room and Commander Khan offers him a trade. His mother box in return for intelligence on how to infiltrate Apocalypse. It's their only option, to return with an invasion of their own. Mr. Miracle agrees, but tells Commander Khan that it won't work. Everyone on this world is lost. There is only one way to save them. Jimmy Olsen brings the mother box over and Mr. Miracle is surprised that the mother box didn't fry him for touching it. He must be chosen. When Jimmy asks what for, he tells him it is not for him to say. Realizing that the mother box has answers, Fury demands to know her history. Miracle warns her that she isn't ready for it, but she touches the box anyway and she learns that Steppenwolf is her father, Wonder Woman is her mother, and Steppenwolf killed Wonder Woman and then used his own daughter to slaughter the other Amazons. While this is going on, Aqua Woman calls up Commander Khan to let him know Atlantis has fallen and she will use their secret weapon on the world. She is sorry. Back with the Green Lantern, he is finally able to relax when out of nowhere, Grundy breaks out of the ground, the Avatar of the Gray, to fight against the Avatar of the Green. Meanwhile, at the World Army's base, Miracle returns to the group to tell them that no humans can survive a trip to Apocalypse. And Sloan and Terrific tell them that they have ideas. They are the smartest people on the planet. Over in the fire pits, the group has outfitted themselves with prototype suits from the World Army, and they are prepared to descend into the fire pit. But before they can get very far inside, Desaid grabs Helena by the foot, and he holds her over the fire pit's hottest portions. Back in Brazil, the Green Lantern begins battling against Grundy, but their battle is quickly stopped as the Green itself arrives and tells both of them that they need to work together to save the planet. They have to team up with the other avatars, the red, the blue, and the white, and if they don't, the entire world will be lost. Meanwhile, back at the World Army's base, Jimmy Olsen is hit with a message from the Mother Box, informing him that he has a special mind and a special role, and today, he dies. Inside the fire pit, the team tries to save Helena, but Desaid doesn't even waste time jumping into the fire pit holding Helena. No one even dares follow. Kara screams out since she just lost her friend, her sister, but Thomas Wayne isn't going to be defeated by that. He chugs down more of his drugs that give him speed and strength, and then he tells them that they are going to finish this. They are the solution. And they walk deeper into the fire pits to discover the most shocking discovery of them all. Clark Kent, Superman himself, unconscious and laid out on the floor of the fire pits. Dr. Fate, Hawkgirl, and Flash all started a battle against another Fury called Famine, and using Fate's power, he managed to suck the power of Famine into himself. While this did defeat Famine, it turned Fate into Famine. Before he could figure out a better plan, the Helmet of Naboo felt a mate, and Dr. Fate left Hawkgirl and Flash to begin to seek it out. Far beneath the oceans, Aqua Woman was pleading with Atlantis' greatest weapon to come to her aid, as most of Atlantis had been killed by the Furies, and she had lost her kingdom to this. Through her pleading, a great beast was awakening. Back in the fire pits, Lois Lane was trying to figure out how Clark Kent was alive. What did Desaad do? But the rest of the group walks deeper into the chamber to discover they were cloning the Man of Steel. That's another clone, and there are a lot of Superman clones in the next room. Helena wakes up bound by Desaad, and he tells her that he has a gift for her. She tells him that Waynes don't break, and he tells her not to worry. She won't be a Wayne for much longer. Tears begin to well up in her eyes as she looks around, seeing corpses torn in two and wires hanging out of them. Green Lantern and Grundy are en route to the location of the first Avatar, the Avatar of White, and Alan Scott is in shock when it leads him to the chateau of his lover Sam. Meanwhile, in a Chicago refugee camp, Dick and Barbara Grayson are trying to fend off the scavengers trying to get to the rations, when someone steps up introducing himself as Ted Grant. Over at the World Army's base on Amazonia, everyone begins to feel hungry and faint as the power of famine flies overhead. Mr. Miracle realizes that their base has just been discovered, and he holds up his Mother Box to declare war on Apocalypse. But then the Mother Box teleports itself into the hands of Jimmy Olsen, the tech genius. And at that moment, Dr. Fate lands in front of both Jimmy and the Mother Box. With the powers of famine killing everyone around him, Fate tells Jimmy, this is going to hurt. Down in the fire pits, Lois and Kara decide to try and find the real Clark Kent, but Thomas Wayne, the current Batman, tells them that he's going to go find Helena. He's not gonna go look for the shadow of a man. He needs to find his granddaughter. Then the clones begin breaking out of their tubes. Thomas begins chugging his strength-enhancing drug, and he tells Val Zod to back off, showing him kryptonite. And then Kara gets mad at him for even having kryptonite, and in response to Thomas's drug-addled anger, Val Zod melts the rest of his drugs. Back at the Green Lantern, Alan Scott walks into the chateau and he finds a note and a ring from
That
Sam.
Batman's
Sam
stash.
proposed to him the day that the train crashed, and he
It's
died.
a party
but that's when
foul.
Alan gets a surprise as Sam appears before him as the Avatar of White. But Sam explains that he is no longer Sam. He is only the Avatar. Alan doesn't want to accept this, and Grundy laughs at Alan's misfortune until Sam slams him into a wall to teach him a lesson. Alan insists that they have a second chance, but Sam tells him that they only have one purpose now: save this planet, and they need to find the blue so that they can do it. Over at the World Army's base, Dr. Fate leans in, tapping his helmet against the Mother Box, and there is a massive expulsion of power, and then it seems to go into Jimmy Olsen. The scientist on site decides that the Helmet of Naboo must be another form of the Mother Box, and that it just procreated with another Mother Box. Jimmy is being transformed. All the way back in London, John Constantine has fallen into the multiverse and somehow ended up on Earth 2. Realizing the end of days has arrived, he throws his hand onto the ground to teleport to the old Arkham base, because he's going to need some friends. Back with the World Army, they've loaded loaded up onto a spaceship intending to meet Apocalypse halfway to its destination of Earth when they suddenly lose the planet from their radars, only to have it boom tube onto the moon, shattering it. They thought that they had close to a month until Apocalypse arrived, but now they have mere hours. Pieces of the moon begin to fall to the planet's surface, and realizing that he is the only one that can stop them, the Green Lantern takes off into space to block what he can, telling Sam and Grundy to find the Avatar Blue. Meanwhile, Jimmy has become something totally new, and no one knows what he's becoming. But at least the famine powers are gone, vanished from this world. As Khalid, the wielder of the Helmet of Fate, comes to his senses, he tells Jimmy that he left Hawkgirl and Flash in trouble. Much of the World Army begins to recover from their starvation, but over their heads they begin to see the meteors from the moon come crashing down towards them, and they realize it's about to get even worse. It doesn't help that around the world the powers of the Furies are striking the human population, giving them the rage of war, the horror of pestilence, and the curse of the waking dead. In Chicago, they are feeling these effects as Dick and Barbara Grayson are
it's
fighting
like
for their
a new
lives and
companion
their son
mod?
Johnny's life with the help of Ted Grant.
Is that something
It's almost
you're
as if the
playing
people
around
have
with?
lost their minds, and then Ted Grant looks up to see the meteors and realizes that this is now a party. And while all of this is happening, Constantine is breaking people out of Arkham, people that have been forgotten there. Brainwave, Obsidian, Johnny Thunder, and Jeremy Carr. Jeremy tells Constantine that he isn't helping because Obsidian is the wrong color. So Constantine takes out his gun and he tells Obsidian, "I'm sorry, mate." And then he shoots Jeremy dead. "Sorry, I got some of Jeremy's blood on your coat." The Avatar of White and the Avatar of Gray begin making their way to the Avatar of Blue, when out of nowhere the Furies arrive and they begin slicing up Grundy, and then they start beating down Sam. Sam tries to call out to the Green Lantern, but Alan is busy blocking various meteors. During all of this, the World Army is standing on their ship on Apocalypse, and Batman, Lois, Val, and Kara all discover Apocalypse's trophy from their first fight with the real Superman. They took his family crest. Lois sheds a tear and she pulls it away from the trophy case, putting it inside of one of her storage containers for later use. Back with Hawkgirl and Flash, they have recovered from the famine that was on them, but then they discover that the people around them are being torn apart by rage, and they begin yelling at Hawkgirl and Flash, "Kill, kill, kill!" Flash thinks that he might have it under control until Hawkgirl swoops in, shouting, "Kill, kill, kill!" Flash begins to think, uh-oh, everyone's against me. Up in the air with the Avatar of White almost dead, the Green Lantern comes in and begins bombarding the Furies with his power of the Earth. And as they hit the ground, Grundy starts to bind them there, because cutting him into pieces really doesn't stop him when he's already dead. And over at Atlantis, their secret weapon finally raises, and it becomes the Avatar of the Blue, a weapon so destructive that the Parliament is unsure if it will save or destroy the planet. John Constantine brings his new team to the Chicago refuge, just in time to see everyone trying to escape. A meteor hit Lake Michigan, and a tidal wave is coming to the city of Chicago, so everyone is trying to escape by train. He looks on as a redheaded woman is trying to fight with the thugs trying to gain control of the train, and then his team asks if they should intervene, but he decides to see how it's gonna play out. Everyone is panicking, but Barbara decides that no one will stop Barbara from getting her son out of this doomed city. She sucker punches one of the guys, and as he falls, he shoots Barbara in the stomach. Dick screams out, "No!" And their son cries out, "Mommy!" John from the hill silently says to himself, "Aw, damn it, John," as Dick is holding his wife in his arms, dead. Meanwhile, back at the fire pit, the device that was telling everyone that Helena was still alive has shut down, and Kara is furious. She will not lose her sister. She begins barreling through the building, crushing robots and stomping in their heads until Lois calls out to her.
looking as
Because she
booby as
found something
ever.
that looks like Superman, but not another clone of Superman, the actual Clark Kent. Using her powers as Red Tornado, she shatters the glass as she floats down there, and Clark struggles to get out the words. Lois? Lois helps him up. "It's you, Clark! Oh God, it's you!" Over with Flash and Hawkgirl. He can't get very far from Hawkgirl. He spent all of his time looking for his mother, and he finally found her, but now Hawkgirl wants to kill him. That's when his mother tries to talk Kendra down, but the Flash has to deflect Kendra from harming his own mother. That's when Dr. Fate and Jimmy Olsen arrive, and Dr. Fate turns all of the rage into a thunderstorm so that it can fizzle out, clearing the minds of everyone. Hawkgirl included.
So glad I figured
Back
out
at
how to do
Apocalypse,
these.
The World Army, Mr. Miracle, Big
Oh,
Barda,
why it
and
took me
Fury
so
all
long.
charge in, ready to attack the planet itself, and a giant multi-eyed purple head named Paternus. Paternus informs Mr. Miracle that he is nothing more than a pawn, a son of two fathers, because Darkseid isn't his real father. They then hit Paternus hard and remove the key that is in his forehead, infuriating him, so he breaks his whole body out of the middle of the planet. While Fury and Big Barda continue to beat on him, Mr. Miracle takes the key and he leaves for a hole to the center of the planet. Back down in the fire pits, a window behind all of them shatters, And there stands Helena, but she's changed and very different. She has wings, a whip, and reverse jointed legs. Batman asks, Helena? She sneers, not anymore! Then Kara jumps in to fight her former sister, while Val, Zod, and Lois get Batman and Superman out of the room. Over at Chicago's refugee camp, Dick Grayson stands up and he walks the body of Barbara and his son to the train, informing the men who killed her that he will be leaving this place with the both of them. A man pulls a gun on Dick Grayson, telling him, no dead bodies are rotting today. And then the man suddenly can't help himself as he puts the gun to his own forehead and pulls the trigger. John Constantine walks over introducing himself and telling everyone that was him. He then gets his friends to help beat down all of the gang members that started this. John then helps get Dick's son onto the train, and Dick tells his son, go, I'll find you again, son. He then falls to his knees as the train leaves in tears with Barbara's body next to him. Back on Apocalypse, Mr. Miracle's tunnel takes him down to the center of the planet, where he finally finds Darkseid himself. Darkseid doesn't even move or respond to Mr. Miracle's appearance, so he declares that he will find a way to stop Darkseid. Darkseid smiles. The rest of the world's army sees Mr. Miracle coming back up the tunnel, and he informs them that Darkseid is down there, so they give him a weapon that Mr. Terrific created using the technology of the boom tubes, the boom spheres. He brings it back down into the tunnel, and he surrounds Darkseid and his shield with the boom spheres, and then he declares that he is bringing Darkseid death before setting them off. Darkseid floats there smiling. No, my son, you have given me my freedom. As Darkseid stands before Mr. Miracle, he begins hitting Mr. Miracle, and Barda turns on Fury and her lover as she informs them Darkseid will reward her well. Mr. Terrific and Sandman get the hell out of there as fast as they can, realizing that these are gods fighting it out. They don't stand a chance. Miracle and Fury begin to make a break for it as fast as they can, but Fury gets captured by Barda, and it pains Miracle to leave her behind. Miracle realizes quickly that the boom spheres can absorb the Omega beams, and he makes a play to get them absorbed, and then he makes a break forward in the resulting explosion. Darkseid survives, and he walks over to Fury, informing her that she will join him or be annihilated. Thus, Fury betrays Miracle as well. But all is not as it seems, because Fury is waiting for a moment in which she can free Miracle. They snuck through the hallways together and the tunnels and all the way into Darkseid's castle, and it's there that they happen across his throne room. And an interesting revelation. Terry Sloan stands there, one of the smartest men on the planet Earth, talking to Darkseid. He rode in on the invasion crew, but now he explains what he knows. That the High Father offered this universe to Darkseid if he would agree to a peace treaty. New Genesis sold out Earth 2. What Terry Sloan wants is a deal. A guarantee that Darkseid will leave his home universe alone and stay here in the universe of Earth 2. Terry Sloan is actually from another universe, and we have no idea what that universe is. Mr. Miracle is in shock that this is happening. But back on Earth, in the fire pits, Kara is fighting it out with her former friend Helena. The Huntress has been transformed into the Fury of Famine. She tries to talk her down, but Hell is barely in there any longer. She is now a soldier of Apocalypse, and once Kara starts to break through, Hell leaves the area. She walks back over to Val Zod, Batman, Lois Lane, and Clark Kent. But before they can make any further plans, Desaad appears before them, the one who took Hell and changed her into that monster. Down in Chicago, Dick Grayson manages to get his son on the train out of the refuge, but now he is alone in Chicago, as it is about to be washed away from a tidal wave originating from Lake Michigan. As he decides to spend his last moments beating up on the people that killed his wife, Barbara, covered in the blood of his enemies, he looks on as the wave is coming closer. Back on Apocalypse, Terry Sloan and Commander Khan prepare to leave Apocalypse, but Commander Khan of the World Army isn't easily fooled, and he calls out Terry Sloan's plan. The ship they are on is going to explode, and Terry is wearing a flight suit so that he can escape. Sloan tries to defend his actions, telling Khan that he hasn't seen the same things that he has seen. They are doomed! So Khan cracks Sloan across the face and comes up with his own plan. Back down on Earth, they are preparing for the end of the world, so Major Sato of the World Army is enacting a plan to move everyone into the subway tunnels of the cities, using Flash, Hawkgirl, Dr. Fate, and Jimmy Olsen to lead the charge. The problem is there are many enemies in those tunnels, and the planet is currently doomed. So she comes up with a drastic plan, and she turns to Al Pratt, the Atom. He's been in recovery ever since the Superman clone cut off his arm and beat him to death with it. Back back with the Avatars in their battle against the Furies of Darkseid. Huntress arrives to make matters worse for the group. With the added helper, they begin to beat down Earth's Avatars, and the Green Lantern turns his back on the world to save Sam, his former lover. Now the Avatar of Light, and Huntress tells him to look on as he saved only one life. Back in Chicago, with the water coming down fast, Ted Grant grabs Grayson and picks him up, running as fast as he can away from the tidal wave. But deep down in the fire pits, Desaad reveals his plan to defeat the heroes. He took control of the Avatar of Red, Yolanda Montez, and that's the reason that the Avatars aren't strong enough to defeat the Furies. Various animals begin assaulting the heroes as the Red Avatar splits herself into more and more animals to fight against them. Even Kara is screaming out in pain as she's being crushed. Back on Apocalypse, Khan throws Sloan out of the ship and he makes a break for it. Khan decides that if this ship is going to explode, he'll try something insane. Down on the Earth in the tunnels cleared by the Wonders, Sato brings out Al Pratt, someone they haven't seen in a while, and she drops him down in the tunnel. He didn't say much as he went down into that tunnel to the open cave system deep beneath the Earth's crust. And Sato told him, "Godspeed, Sarge." Once he got into the cave structure, he grew as big as he could in that little small space to push it farther and make it larger, and he killed himself in his efforts. He made a place of hope, a place of refuge, and it would be called Adam's Haven. Sato thanked him for his sacrifice and ordered him to rest in peace, soldier. While this was going on, Khan was flying right into Darkseid's tower, and he was preparing to destroy himself and take out Darkseid, hopefully. But Darkseid's Omega beams went sideways, taking out the ship. Darkseid didn't even turn his head. Major Sato got that call that she was now Commander Sato, and she watched as the refugees of Earth came down into Adam's Haven. Over in Chicago, Grayson looked on at the destruction, and then he decided it was time to find his son, Johnny. He walked with Ted Grant for 3 hours until they reached the train station, and that's when they got the news. The train had derailed. Back in the fire pits, they continue fighting the Red Avatars until Val-Zod sees the real Red Avatar bound up and being used as the raw code for these clones. And it's her heat that is making up the fire pits. She is the power source that they have been seeking. While this is happening, Clark gets injured by the clones and he falls to the ground. He then tells Batman that they were using his blood in the pipes, running it along this place to pump it into the creations that they made. He then asks Thomas Wayne to give him a distraction, because the blood in his body right now, it's a poison to all of these clones. So Thomas breaks the pipe, taking some of the Kryptonian blood altered by Apocalypse, and he injects himself with it. Instantly, he feels the power, and he charges in, literally throwing the Red Avatar clones aside. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the Avatars are failing and dying, so the Parliament decides that they need to give them a boost of power. They need to make them powerful, and they stand up ready for round whatever we're on. Over in Adam Haven, Flash has an idea, so he brings Hawkgirl with him to where they defeated the original Fury of Famine. No one saw her body leave, so maybe she's there, and she can give them answers on how to stop the rest of the Furies. His plan works, and they find her body laid out on the rubble. Meanwhile, back in Apocalypse, the survivors of Mr. Miracle, Fury, Sandman, and Mr. Terrific are becoming overwhelmed by Apocalypse's armies, so Mr. Terrific has an idea to use the discs of power that Miracle flies on to protect them. Sandman sets off a massive bomb, and using the power of the discs, they all stand in the center, seemingly dying, but they are perfectly protected. Barda reports to Darkseid that they are dead, and he tells her to get back to Earth and awaken the Horde. Meanwhile, at the World Army's headquarters, the mother box that is inside of Jimmy Olsen decides that it's time to go back to its proper owner, and it pulls itself out of Jimmy. But as it leaves, it informs Jimmy that he is now the source, not a god, not a man. But from now on, Jimmy Olsen serves the very fabric of reality. Then the mother box rockets to Apocalypse. It shows up as the shields that Mr. Miracle made begin to vanish, and then they use that mother box to return to Earth finally. Back with Flash and Hawkgirl, they see the creature that was the Fury of Famine, and now she is in her right mind again. So she tells them that each member of the Furies is the last of their races, meaning that they all have weaknesses. With this information in hand, he runs across the world to the Green Lantern to let him know. War is a Tamarin, and she gets her power from ultraviolet lights. Green Lantern tells Sam to cover her, thicken her atmosphere. Pestilence is a Caesarian, and able to heal from almost any injury. So Green Lantern tells the Avatar of Blue to fill her lungs with water. And Death is a Martian, meaning use fire. So Grundy brings two rocks together, creating a spark. It's working, and all three of the Furies are dropping, calling out for their sisters, but they forgot about Huntress as she flings the Avatar of the Blue into the fire, putting it out. Pestilence then shoots disease into Sam's eye, stopping him, and at that moment the Parliament loses its power to aid them. They need the Avatar of the Red. They need to complete the Parliament. Over in Chicago, Grayson is digging through the wreckage of the train, calling out for Johnny. He lost his wife Barbara and he won't lose his son as well. After he beats up a few of the thugs, he realizes that there's no body there, so there is hope for his son. Down in the fire pits, Clark is so weak that the Red Avatar clones are actually ignoring him. So he crawls over to a device that will extract his blood and pump it into the clones, poisoning them with his currently corrupt
Yeah, you don't
DNA.
look so good.
He sees this as one last moment to save everyone, one last chance to be a hero. It drives his needles into him, poisoning all of the clones. And using this chance, Batman frees the real Avatar of Red, Yolanda. Everyone looks on as Lois cries again, as this time Clark Kent has actually died for real.
For real this time, guys.
While stopping the fire pits, Lois Lane, Power Girl, Val Zod, and Batman lost Clark Kent while freeing the Red Avatar. Helena was also captured and changed into the Fury of Famine. The Red Avatar, now free, changes from a fire-breathing monster into a young girl named Yolanda. Then, she breathes fire on the ceiling and begins to burrow her way out of the fire pits. Lois can tell that she has started a chain reaction, and while they've lost two of their friends to this mission, it's time to get out of here as they've won. So everyone begins to follow the Red Avatar out of the fire pits, and then up at the surface, the Avatars are losing their battle as they are outnumbered. Green Lantern, Grundy, the Avatar of White, and of Blue are all fighting against the Furies, and with the added power of the new Fury of Famine, they can't win. They need the Avatar of Red, and then the ground begins to crack, and it begins to break, and the power of Red pours through it as the Avatar of Red breaks through the ground, revealing herself. Batman, Val Zod, Lois, and Kara all walk back up to the surface, thankful to have survived. The cost was high, but Apocalypse can't make any more parademons. It's the biggest victory that they've won since this war started, and while they know that this isn't done, Val Zod and Kara take a moment to bury Clark Kent on the world that he loved. Lois flies over and she hands Kara the family crest that she took from the trophy case in the fire pits, telling her that this belongs to her now. Power Girl attaches it to her chest, representing the family. While this is going on, Mr. Terrific, Mr. Miracle, Fury, and Sandman all went to Apocalypse to invade it, and they ended up failing and boom tubing back to Earth. Everyone welcomes them back, and Mr. Miracle explains that it was a failure. They were betrayed by Barda and Sloan. But with everything that has happened, Jimmy Olsen has now become a part of the Source itself, and he tells them that he found something interesting. Terry Sloan has a ship cloaked in space that can hold 100,000 people, and it's time for them to commandeer it and save who they can. Back with Batman, Lois, Kara, and Val Zod, the Flash radios in a report telling them about the Furies and where they are, so they all load up and they head out. The battle against the Avatars and the Furies still seems to be raging on, as even with the help of the Rad Avatar, they are still at a standstill. And that's when our other wonders arrive. Lois grabs the Fury of Pestilence, and since she's a robot, the diseases won't affect her, while Val Zod grabs War to offset her solar-powered abilities. While this is happening, Batman is flying a jet into the Fury of Death, and Huntress flies over, tearing the wings off of his jet. Luckily, he leaps to safety, and the Green Lantern catches him, and Power Girl follows up on his attack by slamming into the Huntress so hard that she brings her to the brink of death, tearing Apocalypse's hold off of her. With tears in her eyes, she realizes what she did, and Hell tries to get out the words, "Darkseid won't let you keep me." Kara begins to cry out, come back, Hell, please!" But this isn't a time for mourning, as the Fury of Death has just given birth to the child that she's been carrying this whole time. Batman runs over, being that he is actually Thomas Wayne, her grandfather, and a surgeon. He can't allow her to die. While his drugs were destroyed earlier by Val Zod, he has always carried a backup, the Venom drug, and he injects her with it. Her heart begins to race and pump with adrenaline as she snaps back to life and begins to throw up whatever Desaad injected her with. Kara grabs her, smiling. "You had one heck of a bender, girl." But the child of the Fury of Death rises into the air, shouting that it is the death spawn of Apocalypse, and it buries itself into the ground. Everyone wonders what just happened, but the Green Lantern knows. It's after the power of the Avatars, the Parliament of Earth. Back in Apocalypse, Barda wants to know what Desaad's plan is next. Luckily for them, he isn't even close to done, and he shows her his Proto-Furies. Elsewhere, the Flash and Hawkgirl are walking the original Fury of Famine to safety now that she isn't under mind control. But then she drops to the ground, dying, telling them that the Furies have been defeated, and their link to Apocalypse is gone. The Furies are all dead, while Flash and Hawkgirl debate what to do with her body. The Proto-Furies attack. They They radio into Lois, telling her that the Proto-Furies are attacking the tramway to the last bastion of human civilization, and they need to get there fast. Using their speed, Power Girl, Val Zod, and Lois all head off to fight against the Proto-Furies, leaving Hel and Batman there. Hel and Thomas Wayne look over the destruction, and Hel thanks him for saving her life. Then, as they head over to the World Army outpost, Jimmy calls up Batman, telling him one thing: find Oliver Queen. Bruce Wayne has a contingency, and he gave it to Oliver Queen, and Oliver Queen went missing. As Thomas takes off his mask, they both realize that they look like Bruce. Helena then tells Thomas that she remembers Oliver Queen. He was a playboy who liked to drink. But with everyone feeling like they might win this, Darkseid gets the report that the heroes have defiantly pushed back the armies of Apocalypse, and he decides it's time for World's End. Unleash the Terraformer. Everyone looks up to see something happening, something terrifying. Apocalypse's newest weapon of war is literally hitting the entire planet with everything. They have unleashed their super weapons. Hawkgirl and Flash watch them send down something into the fire pits, and then all of the fire pits begin to link up. The avatars all look on as they realize they aren't even close to saving the planet. Then, to make matters worse, they all drop in pain. The Death Spawn has made its way to the Parliament of Earth, and it is hurting them from the source of their powers. The Green Lantern screams into his ring, "Bring me to the Parliament now!" He is then warped down to see the Death Spawn with Earth in its grasp. He begins to blast the creature with everything, and then he jumps in, giving it a solid punch, but the Death Spawn catches him and throws him back into Earth. He then slams into the ground, trying to get to the core, and if he does, the Earth is done. Green Lantern tries to stop him, but he can't, and the Death Spawn creates a hole and jumps into it. Meanwhile, Mr. Terrific, Mr. Miracle, Fury, and Sandman all load up into a rocket aimed at Terry Sloan's last remaining ship so that they can secure it. Mr. Miracle tells everyone, "I know I've said this before, but this time, I really mean it. Let's go save the world." Over at the entrance to Adam's Haven, the last bastion of human civilization, Val Zod, Power Girl, and Lois all see the satellites of Apocalypse appearing over their heads, the things that are burning the ground around them, and they take off to do what they can. That's when they quickly realize that these things are intended to tenderize the Earth so that Apocalypse can devour it. Meanwhile, over in New York, Batman and Huntress are getting dropped off at Terry Sloan's old office, because Huntress figures that if anyone had the data as to where Bruce hid the failsafe, it would be Terry Sloan. As they land, they see the things scorching the planet, and they realize this is the end. They can't stop this. They walk inside and they hack into the computers, pulling up the information, and then they have their ride come to a flyby so that they can escape the building just as it's engulfed in the flames of Apocalypse. Over in Adam's Haven, Dick Grayson has finally arrived looking for his son. He hasn't seen Johnny since Chicago when he loaded him up on a train with the rest of the refugees. But that's when he sees a man that was there with John Constantine. After a slight battle because Ted Grant wants some answers, they explain that Brainwave has his son. They'll bring him to see him. Back up in space on Terry Sloan's last remaining ship, the heroes walk into the command center and they realize that the ship has been put on lockdown so that no one can access it. That's when Terry Sloan himself walks onto the command deck. "You guys seem to have forgotten me on Apocalypse." Everyone turns in shock and calls him a traitor, and then he explains that they need his help to escape, or he'll drop the dimensional camouflage, keeping Apocalypse from finding them. Over with the avatars, they decide they only have one option: to pump the powers of every avatar into a single avatar. Alan Scott, the Green Lantern, knows that this means he'll lose Sam forever. There really isn't another option. It's the planet Earth or his lover. So Alan says one final goodbye to Sam, and Grundy fades away, giving his power to Alan, and then Sam fades away, giving his power, and then Yolanda gives Alan her abilities, but since she is a human being, she softly lands on the surface of the planet. The Parliament all speak to Alan, telling him to prepare for the ultimate conflict. Val Zod, Kara, and Lois Lane are now hovering over Earth looking at Apocalypse's terraforming satellites, and they realize that they may not be able to stop this. But that's not enough to keep them from fighting against it, and they get back into action. Meanwhile, Huntress and Thomas Wayne Batman have tracked down Oliver Queen at the request of the World Army. When Bruce Wayne died, he sent off a failsafe with Oliver Queen, and then Oliver went missing when the invasions began. Now Thomas and Helena have found him, and he is in shock to discover that Hel survived. And since he knew her, he decided to take a seat and explain what's going on. Bruce's last failsafe wasn't a way to stop the invasion. It was a way to start over. He created a codex that contained the DNA coding of every living being on the planet, a way to start the planet from scratch. Bruce Wayne was the ultimate doomsday prepper. Over at Adam's Haven, the last bastion of human civilization, Major Sato gets an odd report. All of their escape ships are launching into the air and leaving without her approval. She calls up the Wonders, Flash, and Hawkgirl, and she tells them to get back, because if these ships leave, everyone everyone here will die because they can't get off the planet. Then one of her soldiers turns to her and states, "Do not take back the ships that I commandeered. I intend to use them for their purpose and evacuate the planet." Sato knows this isn't one of her soldiers and she asks who is controlling them. Brainwave. "I am the savior of the Earth." Brainwave is actually beneath Adam's Haven and is currently mind-controlling hundreds of people. Dick Grayson and Ted Grant snuck into his area because they were looking for Grayson's son Johnny. But as they find the location that they are all in and they find Johnny, Brainwave begins to get into Ted Grant and Grayson's heads. Brainwave then stands over the masses, welcoming them to his flock as he will save them all. Meanwhile, up in space, the USS Endurance is floating there. This is a multiversal escape ship built by the villain Terry Sloan.
Yeah, I was having a hard time keeping up with the dailies already. It's like, what, day 3 or something?
Was actually up here, and they want to use the Endurance to save all of the citizens of Earth. It can hold 100,000 people, so maybe it's not everyone.
It's gonna take so many.
Mr. Miracle tells
It's gonna
Sloan
take a lot of
start the
grinding
engines
to get
on the
anything
Endurance.
out of
They're going
that.
to leave
That
once Major
fast.
Sato gets the survivors up to the ship. So
I have
Sloan
a feeling
jumps on the
that
ship
that
and he
bingo
aims it at the planet of Apocalypse.
bit
Mr.
is
Terrific
gonna
yells at him
dry
to
up
stop
real
this. This
quick,
ship can save
unless
at
it,
least
like, renews every
100,000
week or
survivors.
something.
They can't sacrifice it. And Sloan smirks. "I already did something. This is all a part of my plan." And the USS Endurance blows up as it collides with Apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Green Lantern now has the power of every avatar, as all of the avatars have given him their power, allowing him to have ultimate power. He rises into the sky and he puts up the ultimate shield that he hopes they can keep the terraforming back. He tries to shield the entire planet, but he can feel it. The strain the Earth is going through is breaking it apart. It won't survive this. Down on the surface, Barda and Kalibek are tearing through the human race one by one, leading the charge of Darkseid's troops. When out of nowhere, a blast of power hits the ground in front of them. Barda looks up to see Jimmy Olsen, the same Jimmy Olsen that used to be a tech wizard, but is now merged with the power of the Mother Box. He removes Barda's war armor instantly, and then he is suddenly struck down by Kalibek. Kalibek headbutts Jimmy so hard that he spills his new blood, the blood of a new god, and that's when Kalibek realizes Jimmy has been changed, and Kalibek just defeated a god. Back in space, everyone watches as more portals begin to open and out comes more Endurance ships. Sloan explains that while an Endurance escape ship was destroyed, it wasn't their escape ship. The one that was destroyed was empty, and the Terry Sloans of the multiverse built more Endurances as an escape plan for whatever planet Darkseid decided to attack. Over with Thomas Wayne, Helena, and Oliver Queen, they return to the World Army headquarters when they get the call from Major Sato that this Brainwave is trying to hijack their ships. As Brainwave continues with his monologue as to what his plans are, a batarang hits him in the head, and Batman jumps in telling him to shut up forever as he buries Brainwave's head into the ground. Grayson and Ted Grant both see the cavalry arriving, and Grayson grabs the batarang off the ground. This is cool. All of the people are now free of Brainwave's mind control, and they begin to run to the ship that is now parked in front of them. And Grayson begins to panic again. Where's Johnny? Where's his son? Over with the Green Lantern, he slams into the surface of the Earth hard. His shield has failed and he couldn't maintain his power. The planet is dying, and right next to him, in another explosion, is Kara, Valzad, and Lois Lane landing next to him. He turns to them. He can slow down Apocalypse, but he can't stop it. And Val tells him a lot can happen in a few minutes. Meanwhile, with Kalibek and Barda begins demanding that Kalibek finish off Jimmy Olsen. But Kalibek is done being treated like a child by Barda. She couldn't even beat this boy. And if Kalibek can beat a god, what is she without her armor? She is nothing. So he jumps in to take his fight to her. While they fight it out, Jimmy gets back up and he creates a boom tube to carry all of the survivors back to Adam's Haven. Barda, seeing her only chance for survival, makes a break for the boom tube, jumping through it just as it closes up, with Kalibek calling out to her, "Coward!" She quickly grabs a disguise and she slips in among the other survivors, where she eventually finds Kali, the Fury of War, who managed to survive and is also hiding amongst these survivors. Up in space, Valzad, Kara, and Lois distract all of Apocalypse's forces while the Green Lantern charges one final push, one final amount of power. He blows a hole into the terraformer, allowing sunlight to pour in and power up the Kryptonians. Valzad flies like a comet into Darkseid's planet, landing right in Darkseid's throne room. Earth still has some fight left in it, monster. Meanwhile, Grayson and Ted have found Johnny. With his journey to find his son complete, he walks over to the escape ships. The guards tell him no. They are only loading up women and children now. Grayson tries to argue, "You said that there was room for everyone," and they told him that they hoped that there would be. But this isn't anything that we could have planned for, and they're trying to evacuate an entire planet. Realizing that there is no hope in getting on with his son, he looks for two women to take his boy with them. They agree to watch over Johnny for him, and that's when we see that he just gave his son to Barda and Kali. Grayson kisses Johnny goodbye as they load up onto the ship, and then the escape ship ships begin to lift off, with Sato turning on the artillery to protect them. They have to escape the planet. Back on the Court of Apocalypse, Val, Zod, and Kara are beating on Darkseid, but this is Darkseid, and he throws Val aside while smacking Kara down. She informs Darkseid that if he's looking for the Superman of Earth, it is her, and she uppercuts him. While on the outside of the planets, the escape ships are in a battle for their lives as the forces of Apocalypse are trying to stop them. They are blowing up in the sky. They are destroying their landing gear. They aren't going to make it to the Endurance. Kara continues beating on Darkseid, but he hits her with his Omega Beams, and then he throws Val-Zod down to Earth. Luckily, as Val-Zod is falling, he wakes back up and sees one of the ships crashing, so he grabs it and makes sure that it lands safely before flying up into the battle. Darkseid is still all-powerful though, as he throws Kara down to the surface of Earth, and then as they land, he stomps on Val-Zod. But this was enough time for our heroes to gather where Darkseid has landed, and all of our remaining Wonders arrive to battle Darkseid. While they keep pushing him back, the Green Lantern is with everyone, trying to get more ships to warp in, and he's tapping into the multiverse as they unlock the doors to the multiverse. More and more doors open up, and more Endurance ships appear, each built by another version of Terry Sloan. He prepared for this in every universe, not knowing which universe Darkseid would attack. There is only one Darkseid. He can only attack one world. This means that all of these Endurances are empty, and they're ready to save the day. They can possibly save everyone on the planet. But another effect is happening. With the doors of the multiverse opening up all over the place, the Green Lantern can feel the power of green from every Earth. Overflowing with power, he joins the rest of the Wonders in the battle against Darkseid. Darkseid is still too much as he throws the Green Lantern aside. So, Alan Scott tries a new plan. He heals all of his friends, bringing them all back into the fight. But this time, they know that they can't stop Darkseid in a head-on fight. So the plan is to save as many survivors from the ships that crash landed after they were under attack in the escape. They need to get those survivors to the Endurance spaceships. Darkseid isn't too concerned with the Wonders though. He has won, and he continues to wreck the planet Earth with his troops now that he's down here. The Green Lantern still isn't gone though, and as the spirit of Sam, his lover, the Avatar of White, appears before him, he explains that it is time for Alan to give in. He has ultimate power, but he isn't using it because he's still clinging to his old self. He needs to give himself up to the power of Earth. He needs to lose himself in it. So Alan asks Sam, will he remember him if he does this? And Sam tells him no, he won't remain. Alan doesn't want to, but he knows he has to. He can protect everyone. He can save everyone, and he gives himself up to the power of the Earth. Meanwhile, down in Adam's Haven, Darkseid himself kicks in the doors and he arrives. It's time for everyone to die. When out of nowhere, the Green Lantern hits him with everything. Darkseid tries to blast him back, but the Green Lantern can hold a shield up to protect himself. The Green fights for every living being on this planet, and then, with the power of every planet he is using, he cracks Darkseid over the face. He then takes a seat in the ground while everyone holds back the forces of Apocalypse. One last shot to save this planet. Using all of his power, he begins to lift up every survivor off the ground, and he protects them as he pulls them off the planet and he sends them into space to the spaceships. With Darkseid trying everything to stop them and the survivors of Earth gone, the Green Lantern, Grayson, Yolanda the Red Avatar, the Flash, Batman, and Val-Zod are left on the planet, and his Darkseid hits them with everything. He hits them with a very angry Omega Beam blast. He seemingly kills them all. He kills all of our Wonders that were on the planet. The Earth is lost, but they saved who they could. And as the Terraformer finally completes its formation around the planet, the USS Endurances all blast off into space to find a new planet, if there is one. Kara, Helena, Lois, and Oliver Queen all sadly remember how many of their friends they just lost in that battle. And we have reached the end of Earth 2 World's End. Over in a version of Gotham where a great injustice has been done, Superman hovers over Batman. You ignored me. You ignored my final warnings. And now you want my help? You finally get your powers back and you come back here to make us beg? Batman asks him. And then Batman tells Superman to look around. Look at the city. All around them, Gotham is in ruins and it is burning. What is the point of being invincible if there is no one left in your city to lead? Help us defeat whatever this is, Superman. But as Batman is asking for help, a volcano opens up beneath our heroes, swallowing them up and leaving Superman alone. He takes off in the skies. I could have saved you, but the destruction of this city will be a reminder of those who have turned against me. Then, a giant hand made out of the earth itself reaches out and grabs Superman, crushing him. A voice over everything simply says, a failed experiment. My master was wrong to bring them here. I must begin again. Elsewhere on this weird world, there's an electrical sound and a portal opening. Out of the sky falls Thomas Wayne Batman, questioning, where on it? Not Earth. Apocalypse? Then Dick Grayson the writer falls out behind Thomas Wayne. Batman throws a grappling line out to
There we
catch
go.
Grayson's hand, and they
Smooth
both land
levies
solidly
down.
on the ground, and Grayson asks him, "What's going on? Did we die?" And Thomas tells him, "Not yet. You see, when Earth 2 was finally defeated, these were the heroes that were left on the planet's surface, and they supposedly were killed by Darkseid's Omega beams. The portal opens again, and Jay Garrick the Flash falls behind them. And then we see Alan Scott, the Green Lantern, and Val Zod, the last son of Krypton of Earth 2. Batman figures it out quickly. Just as Darkseid was killing them, they must have been teleported here instead. Only they knew where here was. Grayson punches Batman across the face, because on Earth 2, Grayson wasn't a superhero. He was a husband and a father, and he just lost his family. He points at the Earth 2 heroes, and he tells them, "You failed! You failed everyone that I loved!" So the Flash grabs him and tells him, "Shut it! You're not the only one who lost people. My mother is off in space right now trying to find a new home, and we'll never see her again." Then a hand pops out of the ground asking for help, and it's Yolanda Montez, the red avatar of Earth 2. Our heroes quickly put it together. Somehow they have survived, and they are now on this world. Maybe they can still save everyone.
Let's mix it
If
up.
you want to know the
I'm
long
gonna
journey
join a
that brought our
dungeon.
heroes of Earth 2 here,
So I get
the
an
link
XP
is down
boost for
below.
that, too.
Suddenly, the entire planet begins to attack them, with things coming out of the ground. Our heroes begin to battle against it, and as they fight, they realize what is happening. It's making a dome over them, and it's taking away their
I should do
powers.
some shopping
Val Zod quickly
first.
freezes the potential dome, stopping it in
Before I
its tracks,
start
and someone
ruining
shouts,
people's day.
"Intruder!" There in front of our heroes is the being behind all of this, and he asks them, "Why are you here without a city?" Green Lantern explains that their city was destroyed and they are the only ones left. And then the being tells them, "No city? Unacceptable! Could I have miscalculated? I meant to take you just before the destruction of your world, but perhaps I was off by a second. This is what my master instructed." And the Green Lantern asks him, "Where's your master?" "Away from here, leaving the decisions to me. And here you are
Let's
with no
go
city, an error.
shopping.
But why did you bring us here? To continue the work of my master, Brainiac. You have no power over us, creature," Val Zod tells him. But the creature shrugs it off. "On the contrary, without me you would be dead, and perhaps you arriving in this manner is a sign. Yes, it must be. The time has come to determine who will be replanted in the universe of worlds and who will perish." With those words, he swirls a metallic liquid around our heroes, trapping them, and he tells the heroes that he's going to pit all of the universes against each other, each world within the multiverse, in a battle to decide who deserves to live. Across this planet, the being known as Telos tells all, "Citizens of my world, I have brought this convergence upon you. Now is the time. The hour is near. Judgment is here.
I guess
Only
I will
one city
teleport.
shall survive. Only the strong. Since your arrival, I have been the air that you breathe, the water that you drink. I am the very ground that you walk upon. I am your starless night. I am this world. I am Telos, and I have tended to your every need. Some of you came here at a time of
you have any
infinite
idea what
crisis.
the next
Others were
season would
brought
be
in the final
for their,
moments of their
season
zero
pass?
hour. Whether it was a flashpoint
pass,
for a
whatever.
time that never was, or kingdoms that will never come. Everyone here was granted life as a part of my dominion. That changes now. You will all fight. If you refuse, I will destroy you. If you try to think of a way out of this, I will destroy you. It is convergence. Witness, it has begun. Then, the Earth 2 heroes are forced to watch as Telos turns heroes against themselves. Cities against cities. Friends versus family. All version of the multiverse forced to fight. The ones that refuse to fight, well, they are dealing with the cyborgs of a future's end. But while Telos is activating his plans, his hold upon our heroes weakens, and Val Zod can feel it. Using everything he has, he breaks out of the liquid metal, and he begins to slam Telos
I feel
around.
like I'm
Our
already
heroes all begin to break
slogging
free, and the
through
Green
this
Lantern
season
decides
just
that while
to
he
do
may
the
not be able to
bingo
tap
crap.
into the green of this world because it appears dead, there has to be
some of the
something on this
dailies.
planet. While he's right, it's not what he's expecting, as it fills him with darkness,
trying
and he
too
throws all of
hard,
it at Telos, throwing him back. While our heroes may think that they've won, it's only started, as Telos is the planet itself, and he
forgetting I can use
regrows
the
from the
crystal
very
to
soil
teleport.
that they threw him to, stronger and larger than ever. Val Zod refuses to be caged up any longer, and he begins to beat on Telos until Telos retreats into the surface of the world. Yolanda asks if they've won, and the Green Lantern tells everyone that he can still feel Telos out there. This is far from done. He tells everyone that whatever this planet is, it's not alive. He felt it when he reached inside, and he can't do that very often. It took a lot out of him. But while inside of the planet, he felt the
Seems
thing that
like,
Telos is
PUBG
afraid
is
of.
very
It's
big
beneath
on,
the
like,
surface of this world
brand
and focus on
deals.
a ruined city nearby. Batman tells everyone that he's going to take Grayson to a nearby Gotham City, and then they can all meet up at the ruined city. Thomas Wayne and Grayson make their way into the city and into a Batcave, not unlike the one from Thomas's Earth. They walk inside, and Thomas goes looking for this world's Batman, while Grayson has a seat at the Bat computer. A version of Barbara Gordon comes up on the screen wanting to know who Grayson is, and he's shocked, because on his world, he married Barbara Gordon. Alfred steps up behind him and turns off the screen asking who Grayson is, and he explains the whole story. He was with Thomas Wayne, and they came here to get supplies for the battle. Upon hearing the name Thomas Wayne, Alfred knows that his meeting with this
Earth's Batman will be a unique one. You see, on Earth 2, Batman died fighting Darkseid and Thomas took up his mantle, but he never told his son that he was alive and he never apologized for everything that he had done wrong. And the Bruce Wayne on this Earth, as with most Earths, had his father gunned down in an alley one night, creating Batman. Both Batmen are from different universes and both need to say a few things to each other. The words are exchanged and we'll probably never know what was said. It's forever to remain between a father and son. But Bruce gave them use of a Batmobile and a flight suit for Grayson so that he could gain a bit more protection. They then bid farewell to each other, with Thomas telling Bruce, "You grew up into one hell of a man. If your father was anything like I am, he'd be proud of you, Bruce." And Bruce told him, "Take care." And then he thought on the events that had just happened while Thomas and Grayson left. Meanwhile, the rest of the heroes end up coming across a man named Deimos, and he informs them that if they help him, he can get them off this planet, only to be attacked by the drones that Telos sent out. They go back and forth with them, but there are far too many of them, and they even try to contain Val-Zod because of the rationality that if they trap the Kryptonian, the drones will have won. Until suddenly, all of the drones explode as the Batmobile flies through them. Apparently, on that world, the Batmobile could fly. They destroy the rest of the drones, and Batman hops out, informing the team that they won't be getting any help. All of these cities are under attack or under siege. With everything destroyed, Deimos explains that even Telos is a slave to Brainiac on this world, and if everyone follows him, he'll bring them to the source of Brainiac's power. Then they'll be able to get off of the planet together. The group all agrees to go with him except for Batman. He tells Green Lantern that he has something to handle and he'll catch up again. And Grayson decides to stay with Batman as well, and everyone separates again. Green Lantern, Val-Zod, Flash, Yolanda, and Demos all make their way down a tunnel and into the planet's core itself, where Demos welcomes them to the hidden city of Skartaris. But back with Batman and Grayson, they walk off. But before they could go anywhere, a series of cars pull up and circle around them, and all of Batman's villains get out of the cars. Man-Bat grabs Grayson, pulling him out of the fight, and then they all jump in to begin fighting against Thomas Wayne. He puts up one hell of a fight, but at this point, he's run out of the strength-granting drug that allowed a 60-year-old man to fight against supervillains. And eventually, Victor Zsasz stabs him in the side. The villains each grab a hold of Batman, and they're prepared to beat this Batman to death. They don't care who he is, he's wearing the cowl. And Thomas tells them, "You'll never hurt another Wayne again." And he blows up a suicide vest on himself, taking them all out. Man-Bat is thrown aside and he drops Grayson, and Grayson pulls himself up over to the dead body of Thomas Wayne, where out of the blue he takes a shot to the gut, injuring his spine. He hits the ground and he looks up to see the Joker walking closer to him, and he tries to tell the Joker he can't feel his legs. Then two hands grab the Joker's head and break his neck. It's Telos, and he tells Grayson, "This vile creature is a plague in every timeline." Telos then winds up to hit Grayson and he asks him, "Where are your friends?" Grayson refuses to answer, so Telos walks over to Batman's cowl and he picks it up. "Your Batman died protecting you. Your bond is shared across all realities. His name was Thomas. Thomas, then, where are the rest of your friends? If you plan to kill them, then just kill me now. You misunderstand. I didn't bring you here to kill you. I did it to save you." He then uses his liquid metal to repair Grayson's back and allow him to walk again, before warping himself and Grayson away, telling him, "I am not your enemy. I am your god if you win this." Down on the city beneath the surface, Demos leads the charge as everyone charges the castle to kill the warlord who is holding the power of Brainiac hostage. Telos takes Grayson to what could only be called his central command, and it is there that he explains what he is doing. It is to test the human spirit to allow the strongest to survive. Besides, he can't disobey his master. As the battle rages beneath the surface of the planet, Demos slips away and goes deeper into the castle until he sees the thing that Telos fears, and then he drops the last guardian standing in front of it and taps into that power. The power of Time Masters! All of the individuals that were at the vanishing point, which is the end of time, are Time Masters, and Brainiac has had their power contained down here. At that moment, Telos teleports to the center of the world because he can feel something wrong, so he brings Dick Grayson with him, and they watch as Demos uses the power of the Time Masters to summon Brainiac. Brainiac appears before him and demands to know, "What do you want? If you free me, you can have it." Demos then turns back to Telos and all of the heroes. Telos demands that he free Brainiac, and Demos tells him, "Your loyalty has been misplaced. I can see all of time now, and I know your true name." He then grants Telos his memories back to him, and he realizes that he is not the planet given life. No, instead, he is one of the first worlds that Brainiac bottled, and when he did so, he offered Telos' family safe haven if Telos would work for him. This made Grayson and everyone realize that Telos is just like them, the last survivor of his world. Demos then attacks more of the people of the land, and that's the only cue that our heroes need to know that what he's doing is not a good thing, and they attack him. Val-Zod takes a hit to the chest, but then he gets his hands on Demos, and the two powerhouses begin to battle it out until Demos uses all of his power to blast Val-Zod God. The Green Lantern then brings up the most insane plan ever. With Val, Zod, and Flash down and Telos out of the picture, should they release Brainiac to fight Demos? Brainiac says yes, but Demos isn't about to have it, and he banishes Brainiac away. The Warlord then arrives, one of Demos' oldest adversaries, and he breaks down the walls and distracts Demos, allowing our heroes to find a fast exit and make a break for it. But as they were leaving, they couldn't find Yolanda as the building crumbles around her, and then Demos holds his hand out to save her. He takes her back to Brainiac's old throne room, where he reveals that she is actually the old superhero named Wildcat from the first crisis, the first convergence, and she'll be of use to him. But before he can explain anything else, he walks over to the throne and he speaks to the world. I have stopped your capture, Telos. I am now your new master, and I will let you all live for a price. You have 1 hour to decide if you will side with me. Yolanda asks him what his plan is, and he tells her that all of these versions of Superman, Batman, the Flash, and Green Lantern, they are uncontrollable, and he's going to lead them to their deaths. And from that, a new universe will be born. But while he's revealing his plans, our Earth 2 heroes have yet another idea. They're gonna get all of the good guys to fight on a team against Demos, and then they seek out all of the other heroes stuck on this world, other versions of Superman, the Flash, and Green Lantern, heroes known as Teen Titans or the Justice League. And once they get a few on their team, they seek out more, together as heroes. While they gather up these heroes, Grayson has his own idea. He calls out to Telos to offer him a chance to correct the mistakes that he's made, and with their army of superheroes made up, they charge at Demos, demanding that he surrender. But not all of the superheroes on this world are heroes. There are evil versions as well, and they stand with Demos. For his new world, everyone begins to battle it out. Superman versus Superman, Flash versus Flash, Batman versus Owlman, even a weird tentacle head guy versus the Blue Beetle. Everyone has equal strength, speed, and power, and everyone seems to be winning until Telos bursts out of the ground. Demos and Telos go back and forth, and the heroes can see that Telos isn't defeating Demos, but he is weakening him. And just as they need one final push to finish him, Yolanda calls out to him. Demos, you may be high and mighty to everyone else, but I can smell your fear. This is the distraction that Telos needed, and he encases all of Demos' followers and Demos himself, until Demos breaks out in an explosion of power. But that's when Hal Jordan Parallax has had enough. A version of Hal Jordan from a time where he took all of the Green Lantern's rings and killed them all and became a villain. He blasts Demos with the power of every Green Lantern ring, killing him. Telos falls to his knees, because it isn't over. Demos took the power of the Time Masters, and with his destruction, the very fabric of space and time is now falling apart. Time itself is breaking, and every universe in the multiverse is ending. While our heroes try to figure out how to fix time, 3 individuals appear. Brewster Gold, Wave Rider, and Gold Star. If this is the end, they're gonna be here for it. But Wave Rider has another plan, and he frees Brainiac. Brainiac begins to attack everyone, and then Superman stops him to ask him what is he gonna do after he wins. Telos asks Brainiac to help stabilize time itself, and Brainiac tells Telos, I know, my experiments have failed. I was not always this monster. I was once a man from a home, but when the Flashpoint happened, I saw it, and I wanted to become something more. That's when I became lost in the multiverse, traveling to the edge of time and back. In my journey, my body was lost to these cancerous growths, and I want to go back to how I was. I need your help. Grayson shouts at him, help you? After all you've put us through? But Telos stops him. No, Dick. Maybe the end is what it takes to see our mistakes. So Brainiac severs Telos' tie with the planet, and he takes in all of that full energy, and he explains that he needs to reset the multiverse, put everyone back into their worlds. And sadly, he has to return Supergirl and the Flash to the original crisis, where they will die. But certain heroes stand up, stating that they will go with them to try and prevent their deaths. Even Parallax states that he wants a chance to be good again. Then, Brainiac returned everyone to their proper timelines, ending the convergence, this planet, and the multiversal crisis. And with a whoosh, everyone is gone, leaving our Earth 2 heroes on this planet alone, with no place to go. Except, the Green Lantern was finally able to feel this planet's green. Without Telos here, he was able to revive this world, and he creates the new plant life. He creates this world. He revives it. He creates a new world for Earth 2, and since they were the only people on the world, the whole planet has been moved to the proper Earth 2 universe, and the ships that left, the ones that survived Darkseid taking over planet Earth, they received a homing beacon, telling them to come home. The Green Lantern flies into space to get their friends, get their families, because Earth 2 has an actual second Earth, a second chance, and it's time for them to build a new home.
And there you have it, the end of another full story video right here at Comic Storian. We've decided to go to our 1950s announcer voice, and I'd like to welcome you all to the racetracks. Today we're going to be betting on a couple of horses. Horse 1 is going to be Dan, horse 2 is going to be Gary, horse 3 is going to be Benny, horse 4 is going to be Houston, and horse 5 is going to be Larry. Who do you think is going to fall over and get shot as a horse Welcome to the Comic
I like
Story
his
channel, where we
origin
take some of your
story,
favorite
and
lore
then it's like
within your
diminishing
favorite pop culture
returns.
universe, and we break it down into an audio drama, be it a video game, movie, or comic book. What we
I like the
basically do is
idea
take
of the
portions of the
character.
lore, turning
They
them
just-
into
they never seem
videos,
to be able
allowing
to
you
do a
to
good
enjoy
story
them, and then as more lore comes
correctly.
out, we make another video. As time goes on, sometimes these storylines take place over the course of 6 months to a year, meaning it's kind of
probably gonna
difficult
have
to
to
find
retire
all of the
my-
older episodes. We have them in a playlist, but not
potions.
everyone fully understands how YouTube works when finding an old playlist. So to make it easier for you, eventually we compile the entire playlist into a full story. That's what this is. It's all of our videos into one big video for you to enjoy and catch up on. Today, we're going to be doing The Batman Who Laughs. Now, this is an evil Batman that
probably
arrived
wanna
during the
just stick with
DC
this
Metal
one,
event, and out of all of the evil Batmen, one of the fan favorites.
Actually,
He's a character
flip
that was
everything
injected with the
first, then
Joker
decide what
toxin
options
as
I need.
Batman, becoming the Batman Who Laughs. And now he's looking for a way to battle against our Bruce Wayne. I hope you guys enjoy.
Then
gonna
the
have to
sun
fix
sets
that.
over Wayne Manor.
keep
Outside,
the hat, though.
the smell of
We'll
fresh
see.
cut grass fills young Bruce's nose as he races across the lawn. Alfred and his parents stand with their hands locked, racing as fast as he can. He tries to break their grip, but he can't. Laughter fills the air as the family continues to play. It is Bruce's first and happiest memory. Now, the Bat Raptor careens down the highway as Batman avoids an explosion, yelling for Alfred to give him a status update as he chases after a flatbed truck with a house strapped to the back of it. I'm reading 3 shooters, sir, with extra compartments inside of the flatbed cushioning. Alfred's stoic voice informs him over the radio, but he can't see what they're smuggling, though. Children watch with a smile as Batman races by their family cars on the highway. We have to get them off the road now. There are too many people here. The truck smashes through 2 more cars, sending them towards the rails. And with a quick launch from the Bat Raptor grappling them together, they are left hanging off the highway. Luckily, Gotham banks offer an amazing Batman insurance. The thugs on the truck have had enough of the Caped Crusader, and they launch one of the houses at him. Batman has been following these smugglers for a while. Word on the street is that they are smuggling unidentified bodies out of Gotham for weeks. He couldn't save them in life, but he will protect them in death. He presses the button for ejection out of the Bat Raptor, launching himself into the air and clear over the house as it breaks apart. Batarangs launch through the air, disarming the shooters on the truck as he swoops in. One of the goons cushions his fall as Batman rams his boot into the man's chest, driving them both through the roof of the house. Inside, cloaked in the shadows of the house, Batman begins to scan, and he manages to find a secret compartment, and a silver casket greets him. He opens it up to find the face of
I
Bruce
guess we'll
Wayne
turn it back
staring
to that.
back at him from inside the casket. Alfred sputters confusion over the radio. Sir, is that you? Later, Bruce has disguised himself as the mortician at the morgue. The body of a Bruce Wayne lays on the table before him, roughly age 42, death unknown. The subject was in good physical health, with no wounds or signs of internal injuries. Are you hearing me? Bruce asks a silent Alfred over the radio. The trusty butler comes through apologizing. It's hard to be clinical when he knows who the man is on the table. That is Bruce Wayne. Our Bruce understands, but he needs him. He doesn't have a lot of time. The DNA matches, they are the same person, and the scars are consistent with the ones that he received in his early years as Batman. But the histories of his scars stop at a certain point. Batman theorizes that this Bruce Wayne stopped fighting crime when Bane broke his back. The evidence points to him working on civil projects to clean up Gotham. An indentation on his finger would suggest a wedding ring, and a tattoo suggests a child. If he had a child, he was going to suggest the same name when he saw Selina. All evidence points to this Bruce being happy. The radio goes dark as suddenly Bruce is behind Alfred in the car, pulling the mask from his face. Alfred, it's him. He's back, I know it. Alfred knows where they have to go, and Bruce tells him to take them there now. Arkham Asylum is bathed in the pale moonlight. Inside, 2 guards chat while making their rounds when suddenly one of them is startled as Batman appears behind him. They just redid the sensor triggers. How did he even get in? I have to say, it's an honor, sir, starts one of them. Suddenly, a red-hot blade sweeps through the air, cutting the man in half. Other guards appear, ordering the Dark Knight to stand down. Something's wrong, though. one of the men begin to notice it immediately. Are those guns? Batman doesn't use guns. The Dark Knight turns, leveling his rifle. Gunfire erupts as the smell of a crit smoke fills the hallway. Brass casings fall to the floor, but they're drowned out by the gunfire in the tight space. Guards fall as bullets rip through their bodies, shot by Batman? Knives cut through flesh and bones break beneath the heel of his boots. Grimly, the Batman continues through the hallways, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. Victor Fries watches the man pass his cell, and he tries to reason with him. Wordlessly, Batman lights him on fire. Continuing on with the screams of pain behind him, this torturous Batman stands outside a cell. A final knife ending the life of a guard who radios in his presence. The cell opens, and Batman stands in the doorway. "Hello, old friend." A grin meets him from the shadows as the Joker leans forward into the light. "Why, hello, Bats! Don't tell me you're here to kill me!" But Batman just offers a tight smile. No, he steps aside, allowing a darker figure forward. "But I am." The Joker stammers out a plea. We can team up! We can work together!" But the Batman, who laughs, gives him his answer as he brings his sickle down on the clown's head. Later, Batman and Commissioner Gordon stand atop the GCPD in the rain, the bat signal lying dark beside them. They know it wasn't you. They know that the real you wouldn't use guns, but they're scared. "I'm keeping the signal off, Batman." Batman tells him that he understands. And Batman tells him about the other Batmen, the one who laughs. A dark mirror image of himself that was infected when he killed the Joker from an alternate universe. A Batman that is also the Joker. He's not the Joker, Jim, but he's also Batman. He's me. He's here to win, to kill anything and everything that is a threat. He led the same life. He knows all of my secrets. He is an apex predator. He has a plan, and I just can't see it yet. Batman leaps off into the night. He needs help. But the decoy of the Joker that has been in the Joker cell has been there for days. Batman knew where he was. Returning to the cave, he orders Alfred to lower the water levels in the waterways, the pathways leading into the Bat Cave. Only one man has ever used those to potentially get into the cave, and only one man would be there right now. Alfred is shocked as the water lowers, and it takes a little time for something with pale skin and green hair to appear from the water. And the Joker
Don't wanna be that
stands
guy,
before them.
you know,
He pulls out a
can't do
gun,
damage.
and he aims it at
Whatever my
Batman.
role's gonna
Before
be.
the Dark Knight can react, the gun fires. The bullet exits the rear of the gun, piercing the Joker through the heart. Batman grabs the clown as he falls, laughing. The only way you'll beat him is to become me. Alfred stares in horror as Batman's mouth pulls back a grin. An insane cackle begins to rip out of his throat, and the laughter begins to fill the cave as Batman kneels over the Joker's body, infected. Light shines down on the operating table as Alfred uses all of his skill to keep the Joker alive. He's not going to make it, the faithful states, looking up into the shadows of the Batcave. He is. The shadows respond. Batman refuses to let his arch enemy die, but in his chest cavity is nothing but ruined tissue and blood. Even if he had shot himself
Sure
inside
DC
an
won't let
operating
him
room,
die.
Alfred doesn't think he could survive. Batman disagrees and he orders him to suction. Alfred continues to work, yet he doesn't understand with all that's going on in Gotham
not for
right
long.
now. They could just let this happen. The Joker is so pumped full of drugs that he could just slip away. I know how badly you want this man gone, but you will not let him die. Batman orders him stepping from the shadows, revealing the myriad of Joker toxin antidotes being pumped into his system. If he keeps taking them daily, he should hold off his transformation into the Batman who laughs for maybe a week. Alfred turns up from the clown. A week? You should be out hunting that monster down. Anger begins to swell in the Dark Knight, and he turns to his old friend. What you need to do is shut up and mind your patient. Now get your hands back in that clown. He screams through the shadows. Fatigue suddenly hits him and he slumps down. I'm sorry.
Seeing himself out there like
Get your
that,
hands back
knowing
in
what
that
is happening
cloud.
now,
That's something
this feels like the
behind
end
you.
for Bruce. They know the same things. They've gone through the same history. There's nothing that the Batman who laughs won't do to win. He wins, Alfred. He has no weakness that I can discern. The silence is suddenly broken. Wheezing laughter, the Joker.
Did I not?
Batman sits up fast, his eyes reddened with the Joker toxin being pumped through his veins right now. Yet, he realizes that it's a
Really
simple
get any
physical
shakes out of
response.
that?
He'll most likely live.
Right.
Elsewhere in Gotham, a young woman is driving down the street when a body falls out of the
Oh, that's the
sky.
thing.
The front of her car is totaled as the body crumples inward. Later, James Gordon and Harvey Bullock stand over the body of yet another Bruce Wayne from an alternate reality. The buildings above them aren't that tall, which doesn't make any sense for how this Bruce Wayne tumbled from such a great height. Welcome to Tuesday in Gotham, Bullock chuckles. The other Bruce Wayne disintegrated in the morgue as if his cells were made from some unstable matter, much like dark matter. Maybe the Batman who laughs is pulling them from another dimension. Why Bruce Wayne is so special, though, who knows? Bullock states, chomping on his cigar and staring at the body. Gordon peers at his partner for a moment. Normally, Batman is better about his disguises. Are you okay, Batman? You seem off. But he shrugs off his old friend's concern. Batman will be fine. Similar to the last Bruce Wayne, this one led a different life. This Bruce was mayor of Gotham and was probably in a blimp when he was pulled through into this dimension. Whatever they wanted from this Bruce, they already got it. A puncture wound in his heart shows where the one who laughs took something. He's using his cells to make something. He's from the dark realm. He could be making something to infect people. A patrolman pushes through the crowd, waiting to speak to Detective Bullock, who we now know is the undercover Batman. It seems the boys in blue are having a pool as to who's going to win this little fight, the Batman or the one who laughs. Anger flashes through Batman and he whirls around at the young man, screaming at him for interrupting. Gordon pushes him back, telling the officer to go back to his post. He tries to soothe the disguised Batman. Harvey usually tries to make the men feel more important, even with the Dark Knight around. Yet Gordon, he's always been on Batman's side. Batman understands that he wants to show Gordon something. He shows him an old map of Gotham. The original families built the Wayne Tower to be the central hub of the city. When the plague came through, it wiped out a third of the city. They built a failsafe and they called it the Last Laugh. The system would blow the entryways and vaccinate the entire city. After the last Joker attack, Batman began to build his own Last Laugh system, a final defense against a biological attack, a way to cleanse the entire city, with the central hub being Wayne Tower. Inside Wayne Tower, at this very moment, the elevator man hears the voice of Bruce Wayne calling from the hallway. He stands to his feet, asking if the approaching billionaire is going up. The villain, clad in black leather, steps through the corner. Ha! Always, Bill. Always. Bill smiles, his eyesight long gone. He's always liked Bruce Wayne. He's one of the good ones. At the top, the elevator dings, and the guards turn. The one who laughs is in amongst them quickly, his blades slashing and cutting them up, blood splattering as limbs are severed and batarangs cut deep into flesh. He stops smiling at the window, counting down. The glass shatters as Batman explodes through the window, screaming for the madman to stop. Ah, you're looking well. The villain cackles and the fight begins. The one who laughs is leaner and faster, but Batman is stronger. They know each other's moves, but Batman's been training, developing a fighting style the one who laughs won't know. He stands over his fallen foe, breathing heavily. This is where your plan ends. But Batman doesn't know the plan. Well, maybe not all of the plan. Even laying here, out of the line of fire, the round hits him in the chest before he could even hear the shot, and Batman is on the floor. The one who laughs stands over him now, warning him not to move. That round that the Grim Knight shot him with has a taser in it, the deadliest man alive. Batman, what if Joe Chill had dropped the gun in that alley all those years ago? In the Grim Knight's world, Gotham is his weapon. Batman struggles to try and get up. I'll kill you if I have to. The words just bring laughter, the one who laughs. Killing himself means that it doesn't count. A free pass. The one who laughs begins to pull wires from the wall. Batman questions his motives, but he already knows he's dismantling the Last Laugh. The building will implode with everyone in it, so Batman screams to the computer to shut down, but it won't listen. So he yells to the one who laughs, "Stop!" But he just cackles. Batman struggles to his feet, promising to kill the other. And the one who laughs can smell the change coming. He knows what it must feel like. He leaps from the building, his laughter disappearing into the night air. Grabbing Bill the elevator man, Batman leaps from Wayne Tower as it topples, fire and dust filling the streets below.
Back in the cave, Bruce tears his mask off, screaming for Alfred to awaken the Joker. He begins to shake the Joker, anger racking through his body. He wants to know the plan. What is he going to do? The Joker only giggles quietly as his drug-fueled body is still sleeping. Alfred tries to pull Bruce away. The Joker is still gone, when suddenly his eyes snap open, maniacally staring. He's here, yet he doesn't know. Only one person knows the one who laughs plans. The son of one of Batman's greatest allies, James Gordon. Commissioner Gordon stands over his son James. We need to talk, but James just continues his work, scanning boxes for stocking. I've been doing everything they ask, I promise, he tells him, continuing his work. He can't stop. Everything he does is timed and monitored. He does what they ask. He does the finger prick twice a day. Everything to keep within the program. But Gordon knows. He's always watching his son. He's seen the scans. He's read the test results. He's glad that things are working out so well for James. I'm not here to shut down the program, Gordon tells him, lessening his son's fears that he maybe messed up, maybe something went wrong. James doesn't understand. If he's not here because of that, why are you here, Dad? It's about plans. Batman growls in the shadows in the back. Plans to kill this city 100 different ways. Gordon tries to explain everything to the Dark Knight. There's nothing to explain. Your son is a psychopath. I know all about the drugs in the program. I know that it's working. I don't want the good James, the fixed James today. Today, I need the old James, the murderer, the genius. His bat computer displays a map of Gotham's waterway system. Decades of construction have left the system open to all manners of attack. He only has one fail-safe system still in place. He needs to know which route the Batman who laughs is going to use to infect Gotham. James begins to stammer. Why would I even know that? How would you know? Because it used to be all you knew. As a child, it was all you thought about. You were a legend among the criminals. Even the Joker cited you as the best at it. Batman needs James to see the pattern. The one who laughs is winning, pulling Bruce Waynes from other worlds to create a serum that will turn Gotham into hell on Earth. They need the boy who is better at murdering than anyone else on the planet. James holds up his stock gun, the red dot swinging on the box. I'm not doing it, he says simply. And that's when gunfire explodes. Batman pulls James to cover as the bullets tear through the room. Give me Gordon, and no one gets hurt. The Grim Knight orders from the doorway. The two grapple, fighting in the streets, when suddenly pistols are pointed at one another. Look at you! Careful you don't shoot your eye out! Grim smiles, yet just because Batman doesn't like guns doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use them. The grappling gun goes off, sliding past the Grim Knight's head, and he smirks. Batman smiles back, and the line goes taunt around the Grim Knight's boot as a train passes behind him, pulling him away. Using the distraction, Batman orders the Gordons to get to the Batmobile. But the street is suddenly blocked by several vans, with the Grim Knight appearing again. His Gotham is his Batcave. The entire cityscape wired as one weapon to combat crime. His city has no trash, no Joker, no Scarecrow, no Riddler. No Batman either. Batman spits at him. I want you to look into the sky, the Grim Knight tells him, and above them is a plane, and he's gonna blow the starboard engine. Either you give me Gordon or Flight 378 and all 72 passengers on board will die when they crash into Midtown. Grim Knight orders Batman. Jim Gordon steps forward. They're not giving James to this imposter, but Batman knows James isn't the Gordon that he's after. The Grim Knight stalks across the street, knocking Jim Gordon out in one blow. Picking up the body, the imposter Batman turns back. If Batman follows him, he'll kill everyone on the plane. James doesn't understand, so Batman explains to him. The last laugh failsafe required two voices to activate it. Myself and James Gordon. Meanwhile, back at the Iceberg Lounge, Oswald Cobblepot is suddenly interrupted in his cheating by the Batman who laughs. The evil one laughs and giggles, attacking Penguin's men with his own weapons. Kill him! Kill the Batgimp now! The Penguin screams as his men begin to die. Gunfire begins to erupt, but the one who laughs knows all of Cobblepot's tricks, using his building's defenses against him, shocking the ice and knocking everyone off their feet. It's real amazing what you built here. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret that in most worlds, it's actually the Penguin who is the last villain that Batman must face. My favorite is when he ends up competing with you, becoming the overseer of a legal mecca built on this exact spot with the aid of his friend, Bruce Wayne. The one who laughs turns just as an elderly Bruce Wayne pops into existence. The man is confused and has no time to react as the Batman who laughs crosses the room, his hands wrapping around this Bruce Wayne's throat, and the needle slides into Bruce Wayne's throat before his spiked visor crashes against his nose. The one who laughs leaves the elderly Wayne on the floor, laying in a growing pool of his own blood. The stunned Oswald watches as he calmly walks out of the bar. I need to know which one he's going to use, James. I need you to see it. Batman explains underground to James Gordon. Gotham has 19 ways of infecting the water system, but James doesn't know anymore. He can't see it. Angrily, Batman begins to punch the pipes around him, yelling, "Which one is it?" James pulls him off quickly. "I'll try. Okay, I'll try." As he tries to calm Batman, Batman shudders as he tries to get himself under control, apologizing. He wasn't ready for him to come back. He wasn't prepared. I'm going to lose to him, aren't I? For the first time in my life, Batman isn't working. Their words are interrupted as Alfred comes over the radio. He's apologizing. "It's him, sir. It's the Joker. He was so drugged that he shouldn't be able to move, but moments ago he got up and kept saying, 'You're breaking my heart!' And he attacked me, and he ran off shrieking." Batman turns away, finally coming to a realization. "You're right. You're all right except me." Later, Alfred returns to the Batcave, having gotten the alert that Bruce was down there. But the old clock denies him. He won't be deterred, though, and crosses the grounds, finding the original entrance. Inside, he smashes the vials of the Joker antitoxin. Fear fills Alfred's eyes as he questions what Bruce Wayne is doing. Maybe our plan is wrong. Maybe it's all been wrong. Maybe Bruce Wayne misunderstood the message long ago. The Bat is a messenger from the underworld that tells you what to do, not what to become. Alfred tries to fight it. "Batman will work," he cries. "Sorry, old friend, but plans have changed." Batman smiles as he puts on the spiked visor. Alfred stands in the cave, his eyes fixed in horror at the man who has become his son over the years. "What have you done?" "What I had to do," Bruce answers, but Alfred crosses the cave quickly, trying to rip the visor off of Bruce's head. Red eyes are glaring back at him, and Alfred is horrified. "Alfred, do not do that again!" Bruce snarls, reaching for the visor. The one with the spikes over the eyes, the one that makes him look like the Batman who laughs. But Alfred refuses. He's not Bruce anymore, and he tries to explain. Every monster that he's ever faced, he has stayed true to who he is. Why change now? So Bruce tries to explain. The Batman who laughs sees through the membrane of the dark multiverse. He sees the worst fears and desires of people. He forged that visor from dark metal. "If I can learn to use it, I can beat him at his own game." Bruce leans in. "Please, I'll take it from you if I have to." But Alfred refuses, swinging the visor against Bruce's head. Anger fills Bruce as he launches himself towards his faithful butler. But Alfred isn't afraid to fight back, calling on his ears of military service. He stuns the Batman, but Bruce is back on his feet quickly, screaming at him. "All you've done for years is hold me back. I carried you through the years out of pity." But Bruce stops mid-rant, his mind clearing briefly and he recoils away, sickened and frightened by himself. "I'm so sorry," he gasps as Alfred pulls him into a strong embrace. Yet Alfred knows his job has been to protect him all of these years. "Yet I fear there's no protecting you this time," he confesses. And Bruce agrees, but the Batman isn't about him. It's about Gotham. "I need to see it as a monster does," he says, pulling on the visor and speeding away in the Batmobile. Batman's evil smile begins to fill the room as he begins to speak to Jim Gordon. On his world, they were the best of friends, but he never got to meet him as he has now. Jim Gordon died before the Batman who laughs was ever created, after the Joker booby-trapped his notebook. They stand in the underground lair with the grim night behind them, stoic and well-armed. Jim tries to fight through the gag as the one who laughs continues. "It's almost time. We need only 2 more canisters to change the whole city. Hey, with a little serum, You and I could be partners here too. Jim finally gets around the gang. You may think that you're some final
I don't
enemy,
have all my
but you're just another
skills.
ridiculous costume in an Arkham intake bin. He spits. The Batmobile itself cruises through the streets of Gotham disguised as a taxi. With the
nobody
visor,
have-
Batman can see them, the dark truths of the good people of the city, with the radio crackling and the voice of Alfred filling the car. The Grim Knight is using the city's electrical grid to direct more energy to the pockets of the dark metal. There seems to be enough to create portals into other worlds. I'll go figure it out, Alfred. Patch me through to James Gordon. The young man checks in, and he's narrowed the waterways down to 3 that the one who laughs will probably use. He's heading into the biggest one now. Let me know when you're there. Signing off. But before he can, James Gordon, the son of Jim Gordon, asks him if he has a failsafe for what he's becoming. The car continues forward as the sights of the darkest secrets of Gotham continue around him. He does. It was earlier that night that he was checking the water for contaminants when a figure came up behind him. The Joker, still wounded but seemingly invincible. Batman threw him to the ground, his fist cocked, ready to rain blows down at his greatest enemy. Why was he here? He got what he wanted. But that's not what the Joker wanted. He wants neither of them to win. He wants their war to go on forever. So Batman releases him standing up. So you're not here to say goodbye? No, Bats. I'm here to say good luck. Maybe it was the toxin talking, but Batman finally turned back to him. My aid. If I turn into a monster, he won't be able to do what needs to be done. Joker understands. If Batman turns into that thing, into the Batman who laughs, oh, I'll blow your head off. Cross my heart and hope to die. The two sit there and they begin to laugh together. The sounds haunting the caverns around them. Blackgate Prison. Batman quietly stalks through the shadows, the dark metal energy reading off the charts. Through the visor, he can see the energy waves sparkling around him. But suddenly there's a voice. Freeze! The guard orders, his pistol trained to the back of Batman's head. He thinks that Batman is the one who laughs. But Batman knows the man's ID tag. He is David Harper. He knows his life, his wife, his daughter. Madeline has a stuffed Batman she takes everywhere. It laughs when you squeeze it. I'm not fond of it, because I'm Batman. Batman then puts on his visor, because he needs David's help. He turns back as suddenly the prison changes around him to a newer version, bigger. The voice confirms it from behind him, and he turns to see Bruce Wayne of a different universe. I run this place.
Yes,
Welcome to
this
the
is
end of the
a
line. Back in the sewers, the Grim Knight releases a confused Jim Gordon, yet it's simple. Jim hunted him in his world, and now I'm going to hunt you in yours. But back at the prison, Batman tries to talk to Bruce Wayne. Mr. Wayne, listen to me. You're in danger. Yet Bruce laughs. He has the nerve to sneak in here in that costume, and he's the one in danger. This isn't the old Gotham. There are no more revolving doors here. You're in my world now, he tells him, but suddenly there aren't two of them now standing in the old Blackgate prison in Batman's world. The other guards appear confused by Batman's advisor, and he orders Officer Harper to watch this elderly Bruce Wayne before engaging. Smoke pellets are launched, holding the guards for a second. Turning back, he's shocked to see Officer Harper suddenly lower a security gate between them. Damn it, I told you I'm not the Batman who laughs! Officer Harper knows, though. Pulling free a knife, he slashes the elderly Bruce Wayne's throat, killing him. Why? Why did you kill him? Batman yells, pounding against the thick plastic of the security wall. But deep in the caverns, Jim begins to run. Yet the crowing of the evil Robins quickly follow behind him, and they latch on, teeth sinking into his shoulder. At Blackgate, Officer Harper lifts his security helmet, revealing a hideous grin, the one of the Batman who laughs. The other guards come up behind him, and Batman tells them what's happening. It's the Batman who laughs! He's behind me! But the Batman who laughs disguises himself again, and he orders the men to shoot this Batman. He tries to confuse them. They open fire. Beneath the Gotham City, the Grim Knight pushes along James Gordon, his hands tied behind his back. He tries to reason with the man. If there's any part of Batman in him, then he can't be all bad. I'm your friend. I'm your ally. He tries, but his only answer is a knife in the back as the Grim Knight orders him to keep moving. They stop. Gordon knows that they are in the sewers under the streets of Gotham. Grim looks up, staring at the manhole cover above them. He knows. Crime Alley, where it all began. The beginning is not so different. His family cutting through the alleyway, the man with the gun. He thought that he would be trapped in that moment forever. It's the origin of almost every Batman, isn't it? This world, this is where it grows different. In this world, there is a stumble in the dark, and Bruce turned away from the horror on the ground in front of him. Hot metal clattered to the ground, and a young boy reached for a gun. Kid, you don't have to! The criminal stammers as he holds up his hands, trying to ward off what is coming. Tears stream down Bruce's cheeks from his eyes, and the gunshot echoes. The crack of the radio brings the Grim Knight back to reality. Report in. You're off route. I told you not to play with your food. The evil voice cackles, then the radio clicks off. Gordon turns to him. He doesn't understand. A Batman that uses a gun as his first answer? How does that happen? It happened deliberately. Through training and discipline, he traveled the world, learning of every assassin and soldier that he could. He needed a way to kill evil, a weapon that would make him Gotham's own angel of death. The study was dark and quiet. The wound in his side bled as he stared at the guns arranged before him. The pistol was in his hand as the bat crashed through the window. Instinct took over and he aimed and fired in one smooth motion. Yes, Father, I shall become a bat. Later, the crime families of Gotham set in a swirl of smoke, and from the darkness, the Batman emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, you have eaten well. Your feast is over. From this moment on, no one is safe. The fire in the building raged, burning the disease that infected Gotham away. It was the beginning of Batman's war, and they all fell one by one. Gordon still tries to piece it together as the Grim Knight pushes him through the sewers, and another blow silences him. In his world, the Grim Knight never faced the kind of colorful characters that this Batman did. He faced something else. On his world, his James Gordon was the one who pushed him. He didn't like the Batman's way of doing things. If anything, this Batman character is making our jobs easier. Detective Flask smiles, drinking his coffee, but Gordon doesn't believe that this is justice. It's terror. That night, on the roof of the GCPD, Gordon waited by a bat signal, the full SWAT at his command. Rifle shots suddenly darkened the lights, and Batman was over his shoulder. I thought you were smarter than this. Why draw me into the light? But it's not just a light, it's a magnet, and Batman is dragged across the roof. Gordon smiles. They finally found all of his secret caches. His men are raiding them as they speak. Batman will have nothing at his disposal. We're going to unmask you here, take you into custody, and put you in front of a judge. Gordon smiles. Yet, Batman simply turns to the other officers on the roof. How much did Gordon pay you to stay with him? You know whose city this is. I know you each by name. You're bluffing. I just spent the GCPD slush fund on Wayne Tech to hide their identities. Gordon scoffs and Batman smiles. Money well spent. Suddenly, the officers' vests all begin to glow red as they explode, killing them instantly. Batman breaks free, throwing himself at Gordon, and he hangs the man over the rooftop, showing him the city below. You've given me a good fight, Jim, but you're in my way. The radio crackles as Batman turns to leave. Something has hijacked the GCPD blimps, and they're dive bombing Arkham Asylum and the Blackgate prison. Without a word, the Dark Knight descends on the city. Back in our world, with the hostage Gordon, he sits and watches live feeds of everywhere that he and his family have lived for years. The Grim Knight explains that the one who laughs has terrible plans for him and his family. It took a lot of work to change his mind, to make him see that my way was better. Gordon doesn't understand. What does he want? Suddenly, the Grim Knight is there, his pistol pointed in Jim's face. To save you, Jim. In my world, the city became my weapon, taking the lives of would-be murderers, rapists, and the corrupt without me even lifting a finger. Yet Gordon was still there. One day, you came and confronted Bruce at the manor. I disarmed you, humiliated you in front of so many. Your life's work dismantled in front of you. The Grim Knight remembers all of these things, and he tightens his finger on the trigger to convince him that his plan was too easy. The Grim Knight explains that he wants Jim to see what they're going to do to this world. You're not Batman at all, Jim tells him. He can hear it in his voice. He doesn't believe in Gotham. The trigger pulls, the hammer drops, and a bony finger is there to stop it. No, this isn't the way, the one who laughs tells him. But Jim doesn't understand. Why would he stop this? Why would the Batman who laughs deny the Grim Knight his revenge? But the Batman just laughs. This isn't about revenge. The Grim Knight is trying to show him mercy. What I have in store for you is far worse than death. Blackgate Prison. The guards open fire, bullets raining down on Batman, impacting against the Kevlar on his cape. Stand down! I'm the real Batman! He yells, trying to get them to see that the man behind the bulletproof glass is actually the real Batman who laughs. The one who laughs grins behind his disguise. Fun being me, isn't it, Bruce? I'd get used to it. Bye-bye now! As he turns to leave, yet Batman won't let him get away again, throwing an acid bomb at the glass, and the glass begins to sizzle and melt as the acid slowly begins to work. He continues to yell for the guards, trying to convince them of his true identity, that he's worked with them before, and suddenly the glass begins to give and he launches himself through, leaping away from their outstretched hands. He rolls to the other side, seeing the alternate Bruce Wayne, the one who is the warden of Blackgate Prison in another universe, dead in a pool of his own blood, his head nearly cut off. There's no time. The guards are right behind him. Thinking quickly, Batman slings the dead Bruce Wayne over his shoulder. This man is the warden of Blackgate, so he's also wearing body armor. This allows Batman to get away as the body twitches to every impact of the rounds. The few that get through cut Batman like a knife. He doesn't have time to slow down. More guards are entering the room armed with armor-piercing rounds. There's no time, and he starts yelling, screaming, and that's when they stop. How's your father, Officer Jimenez? Bus Route 15, and you, Officer Leonard. Fire escape outside your bedroom window still make you nervous? The guards suddenly stop, stunned. Officer Pine, 5 Elmore Lane, Officer Gantz, 1 Narrows Heights. He's snarling now, his eyes red. I know everything about you. Now I'm gonna walk out of this place, and if you even think of calling in the choppers or the boats, I will come for you. He's smiling now, his hand holding up the severed head of Bruce Wayne. Why? Because I'm the Batman who laughs. His laughing filling the room, echoing in the emptiness of the prison. Finally, he turns, descending into the sewer system below the prison. The guards all stunned. No one follows. But down on the sewer system, Jim Gordon continues to run, the Robins directly behind him. One leaps, sinking its sharp teeth into his shoulder, and he pushes them off, when suddenly a voice calls out from behind him as the grim knight enters the tunnel. Do you recognize them, Jim? The Batman who laughs made them special for me. They're all versions of your son. Jim stares stunned. They can't be. The grim knight lifts his knife, a special one that had been made for his Jim Gordon, when the man had taken him down. I'm gonna use it to gut you and feed it to your boys. Yet Jim doesn't wait, and instead he dives headfirst into the teeming waters of the sewer system. The currents are strong, pulling him away, twisting him in the waters. Finally, he surfaces, unable to hold his breath any longer. Yet the crows are there, their sharp teeth glinting in their hideous smiles. 2 gunshots thunder in the caverns, and the twin crows fall with bullets in their heads. Gordon turns, his son standing over him with a pistol in hand. Dad, they're not me. I'm right here. He comforts his father, the pistol still smoking in his hands. In the lair of the Court of the Owls, a light flashes on, illuminating a patch below. Step into the light, a voice commands, and the leather-clad Batman steps out with a flourish in his arms and a smile. Ta-da! The court stares down at him, questioning his motives for coming to see them. The one who laughs grins. He's a fan of their work. He comes to ask a simple favor. Yet, despite his humbling words, the court is divided on the matter, wondering what tortures they should put him through instead. Finally, it is decided that they will abide tradition and let the youngest choose the man's fate. Squeak of a wheelchair can be heard, and the Batman who laughs turns to find a young girl sitting before him. Why should we hear you out, creature? She asks simply. The one who laughs asks but a simple favor. He wants Gotham to become what it was meant to be, just like them. It'll be a hoot, I promise.
Should they be like worshiping?
He smiles. The girl stares from behind her mask, pondering for the briefest of moments before giving her answer. I say no. The Talons will take your head now. I'd like to make it a lamp, a nightlight for my room. The one who laughs turns, anger filling his voice, though the smile never leaves his face. I beseech the court! You haven't even heard my case. The court has given its verdict. He can now take his request to the Talons. The warrior owls begin to stalk from the shadows, their eyes glowing yellow. Yet that's the thing I already have. The Batman who laughs cackles as the armless Talons move into the light. Shocked gasps emit from the owls' viewing platform as they turn to escape. Yet the building begins to tremble as great booms can be heard throughout the complex. The young girl, She begins to beg for her life as he turns back to her, and he explains that he's simply getting what he came for as he gently nudges her chair, pushing it towards the edge of the platform that they stand on. Her screams, they disappear as she falls into the abyss. The Batman Who Laughs does truly admire the court. It's why he took it over in another world. Behind him, a Bruce Wayne clad in Talon armor suddenly appears into being, and he stares, stunned at the one who laughs. He does not hesitate, beginning his assault, demanding to know who the grinning madman is. Over the city, Batman watches through his visor, seeing the worst the city can become. Luckily, James found Gordon, and the three quickly meet up at the Batcave. Jim quickly begins to explain that he saw the Batman Who Laughs plans. Yet, none of that matters now. With the two of them there, Batman can activate his last laugh protocol and seal the city off from contamination. It will stop him from polluting the water supply and give them 1,000 ways to catch him. The one who laughs has lost. Quickly, Batman orders Jim to place his hand on the activation scanner and speak the command phrase. They have 2 minutes for Batman to activate his. Gordon nods, activating his half of the last laugh protocol, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. It worked. Thank God, Batman says. Gordon smiles. They were lucky. If the Grim Knight hadn't tried to hunt him, if Batman hadn't found them and pulled them out of the tunnels, none of this would have worked. Batman's hand hovers over the activation panel. You're right, we were lucky, he hisses. The one who laughs wanted them to activate the last laugh. He can't hack into it, and he needs it to get into the reservoir. It's always been his plan. Batman growls, and suddenly the Bat computer beeps with an incoming message. Batman presses the button. Hello, Batman! Forgive the intrusion, but I really must show you something. The hologram of the Batman Who Laughs grins. The villain walks through the cave, and suddenly the true purpose of Gotham is revealed. Look at it! He cries, gesturing to the holographic map of Batman's city. You think that Gotham was built as a beacon, as a haven. Last Laugh was created so that Gotham could become a seat of power, a fortress city. The point of Gotham was to conquer, he proclaims, his smile growing ever wider. Jim steps forward, pushing Batman aside as he yells at the one who laughs, yet the villain tells Batman to merely see it like he does. It's vision, it's soul. Batman stares through the visor. Make it all real, he cackles. Batman throws Jim aside, sending him falling into the equipment as he pushes him across the cave. He stops at the computers. 20 seconds to go. Alfred is behind him now, trying to reach him through the toxins. Regardless of what the city was meant for, his family has always stood for what was right. Behind the visor, tears fall from Batman's eyes. 10 seconds. He places his hand on the activation panel. Help the city become what it really is. Help it fulfill its destiny. Help it become the best version of itself possible. The hologram cackles as it leans over Batman and the computer, almost as a demon on his shoulder. Batman activates last laugh.
Where's my mouse?
Now, Gotham City. The city begins to lock itself down as Last Laugh activates. Bridges are raised, tunnels are sealed. Citizens look up into the night sky to see the drones overhead. And deep within the Batcave, Jim and James Gordon continue to try and reason with the man that they have considered their ally until mere moments ago. Listen to us! You activated the last laugh just like that gargoyle wants. You have to shut it off, Jim yells as he beats on the glass of the box that Batman has trapped them in. Yet it's no use. James tells his father, Batman is gone. I'm not yet. The Caped Crusader growls, watching his city on the monitors. Then why? Why did you activate it? Gordon questions. Because it's our only chance. Batman explains that the Grim Knight will most likely hack into the system's power grid within a few hours. Until then, though, we control the city's power. It gives us time to set a trap. Batman stalks across the cave, standing in front of the men that he still considers his allies. You can make that face, but I still need your help in protecting the city. Gordon just stares. What makes Batman think that he can beat the one who laughs? You're almost him right now. What makes you think you can win in this condition? He questions. But Batman smiles. Because of exactly that. I'm almost all him. And so I know his one weakness. Elsewhere in the city, the one who laughs stands on a rooftop with a high-powered rifle in his hands. He stares down the scope, watching Crime Alley with a hideous smile playing across his face. Come get your reward. He giggles. Energy suddenly crackles within the alley, and an elderly Bruce Wayne is sitting in a wheelchair in the street. Reporters stand around him snapping pictures as the man who used his own money to save Gotham receives an award from the city. His family stands around him, family that would stand beside Batman and other multiverses. The one who laughs, his finger tightens on the trigger when a voice suddenly cuts through the radio. Bruce, is that you? It is, monster. Now watch your target closely as I make him disappear before your very eyes. The one who laughs, rifle kicks and the bullet speeds away. Yet the scene then shifts and the elderly Bruce is gone. A laugh is pulled from the evil Batman's throat. I thought you were finally on my side, but apparently you still got a fighting chance, Bruce. I give you maybe another hour, maybe less, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Damn it.
Oh, I'm enjoying it just fine.
Just as much of a
Batman
fucking
explains that he
liability.
has control of the power grid, so he has shut down all of the sites with dark metal, except one, the biggest one, right here under the manor. He explains over the radio, watching the dark energy pulse around the cave. The dark Batman laughs as Bruce is taking control. He knows that the portal must be massive and can almost describe the scenes that are playing out before Bruce. He sees thousands of Bruce Waynes. Some of them are businessmen, some are family men, some have grown old, some have grown happy. But they're all happier than Bruce, the one who watches them now. Do you understand why? The evil Batman questions. Have you learned anything? Looking at these versions of yourself, I look better with hair. Batman growls. I'll be there in 1 hour. I'll bring the last Wayne through. You want enough serum to affect the whole city? Come and get it. The one who laughs grins and cackles as he leaps into the night, lightning crackling behind him. Further in the cave, Gordon and his son begin to access Batman's armory, with the light finally turning green and the two entering. The weapons line the walls side by side with advanced bat suits. That is a lot of Batarang guns, James whispers. Later, the storm grows closer as Batman stands on the lawn of Wayne Manor. Alfred pleads with him over the radio. He's at 5% of healthy blood cells. If he faces the Batman who laughs now, it will push him over the edge. But Batman knows, and he orders Alfred to stay away once the Batman who laughs arrives. I don't want you facing that monster alone, Alfred tells him. I meant stay away from me. The Cage Crusader grows quiet as he removes the dark metal visor from his head, allowing it to fall into the grass. Lightning continues to crack in the distance, and suddenly, the one who laughs is here. I came. I knew you would. Batman's vision blurs and the dark mirrored version of himself becomes even more monstrous, his teeth elongated with fangs. I can smell your blood, you're so close! Yet Batman merely glares through the cracks in his cowl. I'll never be you. Yet the evil Batman just smiles wider. That's what I said. I even called the family over so that I could tell them it would be okay. I went and got a pitcher of water. That's all it took. When the family arrived, I killed them all! The two...
That's not quite what happened. Therimons. What? All three? You found Garland at all three locations? We espied them slipping over the border of Mordona to survey something, but these forays must be more frequent than we thought. We must increase patrols in the area. I bid you beware, adventurer. If you footloose ways lead you to Mordona, return safely and be our eyes in the wilderness again. Bravo.
You stand in the field watching each other. The one who laughs doesn't understand the plan. If they fight, Batman will change. If they don't, then he'll get the final Wayne. The two launch themselves into this battle, leaping through the air with lightning cracking behind them as the evil Batman swings his bat-a-chain. Inside the cave, the Grim Knight is down to his last two bat drones, tossing out a grenade and dropping one before he empties his rifle into another. The bat bots explode and the Grim Knight stalks away, not bothering to look at the explosion. He stands above the Gotham waterway, radioing in. Nothing stands in his way now. He holds the canister over the edge, preparing to finish his mission. When suddenly a net is launched over him, tangling his feet and dropping him to the floor. From the shadows, James and Jim Gordon swoop in, clad in advanced bat suits. The two land, aiming their weapons at the well-armed psychopath, and the Grim Knight barks a laugh. Ha! You think those suits are gonna protect you? I've studied your Batman's armory, and even his most advanced tech isn't beyond me. He touches a button on his wrist computer, and a shock works through the suits, causing Jim to drop his weapon. The Grim Knight cuts his way free with one slash of his knife. No more tricks or gadgets, Jim. It's just you and me, one last time. The two open fire, the rounds hitting Grim Knight in his body armor, with blood popping from the rounds that find unarmored flesh, yet the Grim Knight keeps coming. Out on the lawn, the two Batmen trade blows, the one who laughs swooping and swinging his Bat-chain, yet Batman's powerful kick launches him into a tree, cracking it in half. Batman's vision is clouded now, warped as the toxin of the Joker begins to take over, and the one who laughs is a monster, a demon that pulls itself free from the ground. He struggles up explaining the true nature of the Bat, the only mammal that flies, to show us how he should evolve. Every Wayne that I've pulled through was selfish. They all compromised to win. They're all bats. They all evolved. He laughs as he stares at a version that was once him. No matter what Wayne he pulls through, they will never truly be happy. And Batman growls. I know one. The energy cracks and suddenly a young Bruce Wayne is running across the lawn. He calls out to his father, turning to see that he is surrounded by strangers. Alfred! Alfred, there's a monster! The young boy screams. Batman waves his arms, getting the young Wayne's attention. Bruce, look at me. Stay away from him. Run to those gates and keep running. The young boy does, yelling for the man dressed as a bat. Don't let him get me! I won't, I swear, just run. The monstrous Batman runs across the lawn. He sees the plan now. Batman wants him to follow the boy, to fall into the trap. Well, I'm sorry, Bruce, but the truth is that all of this, it wasn't your trap. It was mine. Elsewhere, Gordon has disarmed the Grim Knight, his knife spinning away, yet he isn't done. He kicks James aside before Jim can land a punch across his chin. The Knight responds, his own blow stunning Gordon until he's wrapped his hands around the policeman's throat. With seeming ease, the Grim Knight lifts him off the ground. The Grim Knight is speaking to both of them now. He knows that Jim can't stand his son, that he doesn't believe him, that he thinks he's nothing more than a psychopath, a murderer. Don't listen to him, James! Help me! Gordon struggles as a powerful hand crushes his windpipe. James struggles to his feet, staring at his father as the life begins to leave his body. He puts down the cowl to his batsuit. And on the lawn, the one who laughs launches himself with animal-like speed. Batman tries to defend the boy. I don't need him! The evil fiend cackles, his claws finding Batman's face, a battering cutting into his eye. He screams in pain as the one who laughs stands over him. Get ready to laugh, Bruce, of all the dark truths that I've shown you about you and your city. The evil Batman stands over him, a needle in his hands. The happiest Bruce Wayne in all of existence isn't any of the ones that I have brought through. Bruce stares up in horror as he realizes what the dark mirror of himself is saying. The happiest Bruce Wayne is the one that let go of all his ideals, his sadness, and became the true Bat of Gotham. The happiest Bruce Wayne is you, right now, in this moment, as you become me. The needle plunges into Batman's chest as he screams, and the evil Batman cackles into the night.
He gets captured and held at the Justice League. And then he acts like that was the plan all along.
Slowly, Bruce's face begins to twist as his lips pull into a vicious grin. He stares up into the face of the Batman who laughs, his eyes large and red with insanity. The one who laughs takes a step back, removing his foot from Bruce's chest, allowing him to stand. See? I was right, wasn't I? He grins. This is the happiest moment in Batman's life, isn't it? The two men turn to see the young Bruce in the alternate reality running towards the mansion, when finally lightning cracks in the background, and the one who laughs turns, a small syringe with a light on the end of it in his hands. Once the light in the syringe shows red, your blood is my blood. With Bruce's blood polluted, the one who laughs can use it to transform the city. Everyone will become infected with the Joker toxin. Yet he stops, pulling free a submachine gun from his chest. But it means something else, doesn't it? He asks. Batman just smiles, his look of insanity complete. There can be only one. In the water reservoir, the Grim Knight has his hands around Commissioner Gordon's throat. He dumps the toxin into the water with his free hand, calling for James to help him kill his father. But Gordon isn't out yet, slamming his knee into the Grim Knight before jumping into the water to go for the Knight's weapon. Back at the battle, though, the one who laughs, smile somehow gets broader, drawing the weapon around so that it points at his own head. This is it, Bruce! Fly high, my friend! Fly high and lead your world as a true Batman! Batman just smiles. I will, brother. A brief moment passes and the one who laughs cocks his head to the side. The gun swings around, gunpowder exploding as he pulls the trigger, launching a small burst that clips Batman in the shoulder. You almost had me, Bruce, he snarls. I don't know why you haven't changed all the way, but I don't care anymore. He aims the weapon again as he speaks, realizing that his plan is not working. Batman is not becoming the one who laughs. See, I was your best friend. But now I'm just gonna kill you. In the cave, Jim is being dragged from the water, with the Grim Knight once again having him by the throat. Instead of killing him, he has an idea. Make him the first one. Gordon tries to hold his breath as he's thrown beneath the surface of the waves, now polluted with the toxin. The Grim Knight screams for him to open up his mouth, to let the madness in. He calls for James again, ordering him to slit his father's throat if he doesn't listen. At the manor, the one who laughs is distracted as he turns to see the young Bruce running away. I almost forgot about you! He smiles as he turns from the wounded Batman, pulling free the blade from his coat, and he begins to stalk his prey. The young boy leads him into the Wayne family cemetery. Come on, Bruce! I'm a friend, I promise! He calls, his knife glinting in the random lightning strikes. The villain turns as the boy darts from behind a headstone, distracting him, when suddenly there is movement, and Alfred steps out, shotgun in hand. Die, demon! He screams, the weapon bucking in his hands as he fires again and again. Die and you go back to the hell you came from! The villain laughs as he struggles to his feet, the empty click of Alfred's weapon betraying his lack of ammo. You almost had me! Just a couple more shots! The Batman who laughs struggles, but before he can move against Alfred, a boot connects with his head from behind. Why the hell aren't you changing? He snarls as he turns to see Batman behind him smiling. Just lucky, I guess. The trap springs around them as the grave lifts and the weapons activate. They rotate, and the one who laughs merely stares. You think a few tasers are gonna stop me? He questions, yet his words are cut short as the weapons fire, harpoons piercing his limbs. A brief moment passes, and the shock courses through his body, pulling a horrific scream from his lips. But the Batman who laughs barely slows, beginning to rip the sharp metal from his body. Batman rips free his mother's headstone, crossing the ground quickly. You know who's a bigger joke than the worst Batman? He asks as he swings the heavy slab of stone, cracking his enemy across the face. The Batman that he beats. The one who last falls away, his jaw dislocated, his smile hanging, and a horrible grin. Batman pauses, staring at him. Why aren't you laughing? He says with a giggle in his throat. At the reservoir, the Grim Knight is still calling for James to slit his father's throat as he holds him underwater. When finally James moves forward and buries the knife deep into the Grim Knight's back. He screams at the enemy as he plunges the blade over and over again. Back at the manor, though, Batman continues to slam the gravestone into the one who laughs. The villain hits the ground hard, so he swings again, and he laughs, the sound echoing into the night. Alfred moves forward, trying to pull his ward off the villain, yet Batman throws him away. It's the best feeling in the world, Alfred! His foot slamming again and again into the one who laughs. Everyone in the world needs to feel this way! He screams into the night, holding the slab of concrete high, staring down at the face of the one who laughs, thanking him for giving him this feeling. Hey, bats! A voice calls out of the shadows. The hero turns to see the sight of the Joker standing there, weapon in hand, smile spread across his face. You're welcome, he says as he squeezes the trigger. Later, Bruce stands in the Batcave, the glow of the forge that is melting his dark metal visor reflecting off his eyes. Alfred comes up behind him, staring at his bandaged ward. He's surprised that the young Bruce's blood acted so quickly to reverse the change within his Bruce. Yet he is proud of the young man for withstanding the change for so long. Force of will. Yet Bruce knows that it wasn't a force of will. He explains to Alfred that he believes that the Joker rigged the toxin that was in his heart to give Bruce more time than anyone thought, to give him just enough time. Somewhere in the city, James Gordon is preparing to return to prison, but Commissioner Gordon arrives to speak to his son. He's pulled a few strings, and his son won't be going back to prison. James pauses, looking at his father. He isn't quite at the point of health that he wanted his father to believe. I'm not there yet, he tells him. Gordon smiles. Neither is he, but they're both working on it. In a strange moment of peace within Gotham City, father and son embrace in a hug. And finally, Gordon heads off into the hustle of the city. He heads outside, and one of the police officers notices his pale skin and strange gait. Commissioner, you okay? You don't look so good. Gordon nods, turning away as he pulls free his glasses, revealing that his eyes, well, they're red with the insanity of the Joker toxin. Never better. He smiles.
That's such a dumb
And that
story.
concludes the Batman Who Laughs storyline. Now, his next story has already started with Batman/Superman, and they're fighting against the Batman Who Laughs. So, I guess we're gonna find out what happens there. Make sure you subscribe to the channel to see the next chapter of the Batman Who Laughs by seeing it when it goes live. So
trying
you
to
basically
stay
subscribe,
so
hit that
positive
little
with
bell,
this
turn on the
story.
notification, and you'll know exactly when we make new
Bless his
videos.
heart.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you next time right here.
Good timing, Benny. What's next?
Welcome to the full story.
DC Universe Zombies. Oh, DCeased. Alright, there we go. I love me some DCeased. Let's do some questing here. Actually, let's see. Yeah, I got enough time. Subame. That's what I'm going with. Oh boy, we got a whole nother sign to learn. Rex, why, I did not even hear your footsteps as you approached. You're becoming more and more shinobi with each day. Uboro has been awaiting your return. Please enter. Look at that little guy. Welcome back, Rex. You may enter. Ah, Rex, it is clear in the manner in which you carry yourself that you have been most diligent in your training. But you are not the only one who has mastered the technique imparted to you. Behold my Erosin bow, perfect in balance and form. Ahem. Now it is... Oh, bow, not bow. Ahem. Now it is time for your next lesson. Watch carefully my hands, Rax. With this mudra, the shinobi can summon the energies of the earth. Kai. Now it's chi in our tongue. Oops. Etch is its form in your mind, and I shall show you how to employ it in battle. Or, why not? Move some stuff around. Not really using this move. It's pretty useless. That'll work. Oh, look at that. Do a thunder move. If I do lava move. Alright. Art a new mudra to his promising pupil. Chi, or Earth, marks the second mudra that you have learned. With this, you are ready to begin the next phase of your training. It is through the combination of mudra that you will find new techniques. The first technique I would impart unto you is Raishin. Raishin? Righten. I'm going to say Righten. The first technique, or would it be raid? It's like Raiden, Raiden, Raishin, Righten. We'll do Righten. The first technique I would impart to you is Righten, lightning release. When heaven joins with earth, lightning will flash and thunder will roll. In other words, form the Mudra 10 followed by Chi. Channel that energy toward, and bolts of lightning will surge from your hands to strike your foe. As this is a more formidable technique than the Fuma Shuriken you have wielded thus far, I have taken care to reinforce the Mukujin outside the storehouse. Strike it with Rayton, and I shall observe. I speak good, I swear. Your ways are easy to me. Very well. Now, recall what I said during our first lesson. The techniques at your disposal are created not merely by which mudra you form, but also the order in which you combine them. When earth joins with heaven, the skies will rain fire and ash. In other words, form the mudra chi followed by 10 and channel those energies forward, and searing hell's fire will engulf your foes. But be forewarned, these techniques require considerable exertion of your spirit. After performing one, you will observe that some time is required before your mind settles and you are able to wield another. Now, demonstrate Katan for me on the Mukujin over there. Oh. Splendid. Your grasp on the fundamental mudra combinations is firm, but knowing how the technique is only the beginning. You must understand when to employ it. Shunin is our word for a shinobi who has attained full mastery of 2 mudra techniques. In our tradition, when a student is deemed by his master to show such potential, he is led to a waterfall outside the village to conduct intense training. I cannot take you to Doma, of course, but my maps tell me of a place in Upper Latnosia that should suffice. Pool Falls. The name is less than auspicious, but it will have to do. Meet me there, and we shall proceed. Level 35? Wow, that means I have at least, let's see, I got like 3 missions, maybe. That's true. I overdone it a little. Till today, I knew this place only as letters on a map. Gazing it upon with my own eyes, it is more beautiful and powerful than I could have imagined. Yes, this will serve us well. My people do not worship your deities, 12. Our gods are all around us, in the trees, in the soil, in the crashing waters before you. Close your eyes and open your heart to the sound of the rushing falls, that you might purge your mind of all worldly thoughts and distractions. The techniques you have learned will serve you well in battle, but confuse the order of your mudra and you can just as easily turn victory into defeat. It is imperative that you keep a single focus of mind. So it is that masters have brought their students to falls like this one for training since my ancestors' time. Who is more foolish? The fool of Fool's Falls, or the fool who comes here without realizing he's been followed? Harasu. Now here's a curious scene. The dim one is accompanied today by his swallow. Not by his swallow, but by a chirping horse chick who fancies him a shinobi. The dim one is displeased. This, after our hero postponed 2 assassinations to make this little journey? Could his friends not greet him with a smile? And some crumpets, or whatever it is Erosians take with their tea? The dim one ponders, how did our hero know where to find him here? Yet the answer is plain as day. The dim one is a creature of habit and tradition. Where else would he bring to his prized new pupil? Tradition. Our hero spits on the tired tradition, for he is a shinobi of a different feather, ever clinging, never predictable, but always, always in style. Those who cling too closely to tradition are bound to suffer the fate of their forebears, or are the lessons of the past so soon forgotten. Ready yourself, Rax. It appears your training today will be more of a practical sort. But of course, all you had to do was ask nicely. It would be my pleasure to be your teacher for the day. Your first lesson, little chick. Raitan's lightning will strike a single foe, while Katan's flames will raise many. Wield them wisely or don't. It's only your life at stake. Oh, how generous is our hero, putting aside his killings and spyings to play mother hen to the horse bird chick. You will try to keep me entertained, won't you? Yo! Hey, JD, thanks for stopping by. You just came in time to watch me try to act. How late you working tonight? This guy's a dick. What a loser. Do I have to follow him? Is that what's going on here? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, how late they got you working tonight, JD? That's how you do it. You fought well, Rax. I, however, should have known to expect the traitor's attack. I was careless and put you in danger. It will not happen again. It appears Karasu has taken interest in you, and I fear this complicates matters some. Let us return to the docks. There is much I would tell you. Yeah, that's right. Right? Yeah. Welcome back, Rags. You may enter. I would tell you a story of our past, a story of the traitor and why he must die at our hands. Growing up in the same village, I have known Karasu since we were both children. When we came of age, we began our training together under Master Gekai. From a young age, it was clear that Karasu possessed an innate talent for our art that few could rival. I spared no effort in my training, yet struggled to grasp techniques that he would master effortlessly. In our own way, he possesses a mind singularly devoid of wasteful thoughts, a mind seemingly unclouded by concepts such as right or wrong, good or evil. Despite this, deep down, I always thought of him as a brother. Get some dry mouth here. All that changed on that fateful day when Castle Doma fell to the Garlands. Someone had betrayed our homeland, sold our secrets to the enemy. Looking upon my friends as their body lay broken and bleeding, I saw a figure flee into the hills. It was Karasu. Were I younger, more naive, I might have pursued Karasu as he fled, in an attempt to reason with him, but it was clear that this man, this demon, was no longer one of us, if indeed he had ever been. Even Master Gekai did not survive the slaughter. Did Karasu bear him some grudge, or was it merely a student's ugly pride? For our master's fate was the grisliest of all, his body mangled, his once proud face shattered beyond all recognition. I once held out hope that if I crossed blades with Karasu in battle, that I might understand something of what it was that made him do those horrible deeds. Yet, each encounter only raises more questions. One thing is clear, however. Karasu could have killed us back at Fool's Falls had he seen fit, and yet chose not to. It was as if he were testing us. Testing you. Needless to say, this does not change our mission. For his crimes against Doma, Karasu must pay with his life. And yet, his thorough knowledge of us and our art put Tsunambe and I at a grave disadvantage. But you, Rax, your thoughts, your movements are still unfamiliar to him. Yes, your presence might just serve to break his focus and afford us an opening. Yet to accomplish this, you must become stronger still. Promise me you will not let up in your training. Move quickly to the specified location. Cannot be executed while bound. You have trained well since we last met, Rax, which was 2 seconds ago. I heard not a cry from the door as you entered, nor a creak from the floorboards as you drew near. That's because I was standing still. This much is clear. No, neither waterfall nor men of wood will serve to hone your senses further. No, a shinobi of your abilities receives his tutelage in the field. Consider it your first lesson in the art of assassination. I need not remind you who our target is. He is the ever-elusive bird, and yet I have come across some information I believe may avail us. Rumor has it that Captain Grimuel of the Bloody Executioners has narrowly evaded several attempts on his life in the recent days. This is doubtless the work of Karasu and his men. None other are so bold or skilled to even consider such an attack. Ah, so I get to go back to killing some pirates. Nothing short of death will cause a shinobi to forsake his mission. Karasu will strike again. The only questions are where and when. Answer those questions, and it will be us paying him a surprise visit next time. Fortunately, I know of a man who might be able to give us what we seek. Captain Grimuels has a trusted lieutenant by the name of Wolfstan, a man who, if rumors are to be believed, is known to fancy a hot spring bath. I recall reading of a famous bath resort not far from here, but the name escapes me. Have you any idea where it might be? Probably Costa del Sol? But that's a beach. Bronze Lake's a lake. I don't know. Let's say Costa del Sol. That is an ocean resort, is it not? The place of which I read was on a higher ground and known for its healing baths. Jesus Christ. If you know, then why don't you just... whatever. Yes, it was Camp... No, that can't be right. The issue of Harbor Herald I read earlier spoke of Camp Overlook as a bastion of defense against some unpleasant creatures called kobolds. It sounds like the last place anyone would go for rest and relaxation. Then I process elimination, I guess. Why, yes, that does sound familiar. In Upper Las Nocia, off to the east, was it? Let us make our way there at once. What the fuck was the point of that? Why make me do this guessing game? Whatever. I'm a shinobi. I'm too good for this shit. Look at him in his little disguise. That's hilarious. Are we wearing the same vest? That is the same vest. What the hell? We took it from the vampire set. That's kind of funny. They just slapped a cape over it, basically, and said, yep, it's a vampire costume. Come on, you Square Enix. Okay, let me sit down. Let me sit on that. Yeah, there we go. Oh, guess I can't sit and talk. I had no idea that so many Erosians also enjoyed public bathing. I would say it is a comforting sight, but in truth it makes me all the more nostalgic for the pleasures of my homeland. That said, seeing all these people milling about gives me cause for concern. Even with these disguises, it is only a matter of time before our foreign mannerisms raise eyebrows among the more observant types. Yes, best we stay out of sight until our man arrives. Let us keep watch from high above until it is time to act. The time has come to me to impart to you another technique, which we call shukuchai, shuchukai. I'm sure I'm saying that right. No, it'd be not kai, it'd be shukuchi. 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 Yeah, I'm sure I mastered it. You may think of it as compressing the physical space around you, allowing you to cross great distances in a blink of an eye. Go ahead, Rex, give it a try. Yeah, just the power to teleport, no big deal. Oh, look at that. It is neat. Shade away. Oboro is ready to proceed with the operation. I trust that... Oh, Jesus. I trust that Shukuchi is now second nature to you. Very well. I shall await you on the rooftop, but be warned, while the technique will allow you to cover great distances in the blink of an eye, it does not allow you to soar at will through the sky. The ledge on which Tsubame now stands is at level with the roof, and should provide a suitable starting point. That said, a shinobi is ever resourceful. If you would make your way to the rooftop by other means, that will serve just as well. Jumped over there, right? The roof may seem quite far away, but use your Shukuchi technique from the edge and you should be able to reach it with ease. I keep forgetting its control. You bitch. Quite impressive, Rex. Only a true shinobi could stand where you now stand. Anyhow, this should prove a suitable vantage point. Let us keep watch until Wolfstand arrives. You got it, boss. Nothing like a steaming bath, a bottle of fine wine, and a couple of buxom wenches to ease what ails ye, eh? As far as I'm concerned, Captain Grimwell can take his bloody time. Wolfstown. Very well. Now we need only employ these bamboo breathing pipes, descend underwater, and... Oboro, I do not question that such methods have served us well in Doma, but might bamboo not arouse suspicion in these environs? Do you truly believe so? But underwater surveillance was always my area of expertise. I have an idea that I believe is well suited both to our target and the customs of the land. It will require just a simple garb and a bottle or two of fine spirits. I will require your assistance, Rax. As I see it, there's no way the man would refuse a drink from a strapping gentleman like yourself. Intriguing. And what, pray tell, will be my role in all of this? I was thinking your talents might be best put use to overseeing the operation. Yes, from up here to ensure that nothing goes amiss, of course. I must prepare, Rax. Meet me down below, out of sight, and I shall furnish you with the item that will serve to deliver the final blow, as it were. This way. Hey. What am I not seeing here? The Empire? Explain video game. Oh, she's in the freaking stall. Why are you wearing that? Am I wearing this properly, Rax? I am not accustomed to garb that is so revealing. Regardless, I will entrust this to you. Though it may appear to be a simple bottle of wine, I have made a few enhancements to the recipe. Off-duty or no, a salty sea dog like Wolfstan is certain to be on his guard. I'll start him off with an untainted vintage. Once he's in sufficiently good spirits, that's your cue to step in with the stronger stuff. I suspect that once his mind is sufficiently addled, he will gladly take a swig with minimal of fuss. Now let us begin. Oh, just look! Wolfie, my darling, the strong lad has a treat just for you. Fine wine, fine wenches. Now this is what I had in mind when I took up the pirating life. What's this? Think you can outguzzle Wolfston's 7 stomachs? You're either a legend or a fool. Someone fetch me a cup. Aye, that's good stuff. If a bit stronger than I recall it, maybe I should take a rush. Oh, you mustn't be so modest. Why, I heard the wolf's den 7 stomachs once drank a whale under the table. You bet your skivvies I could lash. Me bleeding duties have kept me from the bowels for too long. I'm malpracticed, Shawl. Your duties? Why, that sounds so important and exciting. I'd do anything to hear more. Did you say anything? Well, maybe you heard of the old bloody executioners. The nastiest bloody bale pirates who ever sailed the bleeding seas. I reckon our Captain Grimwald sunk more Garland vessels than every other pirate combined, and just who reckon keeps the captain safe from all the enemies he's made. Why, that be none other than his dear old mate, Wolfstein. The navigator, have mercy. Should you not return immediately to your captain? Surely he is not safe without his most loyal, capable man at his side. Under normal circumstances, you'd be right lost, but there's one place I can't even follow in Elport. Aye, the man is bloody particular about his grog. Says he can't concentrate unless he's on his own. Now that I'm complaining, it's his only time we're going to dare rest, but don't worry your little art none, Lashy. Nobody knows the captain's whereabouts but me, and I sure as bloody Ellis ain't talking. Lashy, are you listening? Oh, she's gone. No getting laid today. That's curious. She was just there a moment. Well, and he gonna black out? Which way did she? I thought she like poisoned him. How's he even conscious? Well, were you able to loosen our man's lips? Through the power of bikinis and wines. I see. Captain Grimmel is en route to Alport, and alone at that. If I know Karasu, this knowledge has not escaped him. Doubtless he and his shadows already lie in wait. We haven't much time. Let us hurry to Alport and ambush the ambushers. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so this will get me all caught up with the class quests. Stole my luck. The sun sets, and the port is cloaked in shadow. If there were a perfect time to strike. Speak of the devil. Look how those men walk. Those are no ordinary deckhands. Those are Imperial shinobi, waiting to pounce upon and slit the throat of any who would stand between them and their prey. Karasu is too proud to entrust such a vital mission to his lackeys. He is here somewhere. Of this, I am certain. Rex, you move forward and search the docks. I will approach from the opposite direction. Tsunambe, you secure the escape route. He will not elude us this time. Take care to stay hidden. Take care to stay well hidden, Rex. Hidden from the eyes of Karasu's shadows. And yet, I fear your task will be more complicated still. For it is not just men that serve Karasu, but creatures of the night. Creatures that see not with their eyes, but with every fiber of their being. Give them a wide berth, or all shall be for naught. That should be all. Time is short, we must move swiftly. So what does that mean? My stealth ability won't work around them, or... Because I was just gonna... Run away! Nope, not this way. Just got no choice. Time to die. I'm already forgetting my stuff. What's this? No, no, no. This isn't how the story goes. I'm supposed to be the one that surprises you. Smoke bomb. The tables have turned today, Karasu. Now face your death like the man you once were. I must say, popularity really does have its downsides. Fine, if you're so eager to dig your own graves, here's your bloody shovel. Really? Switch these. Duty. Yeah. The slippery bastard. We have come too close to abandon hope. Come, Tsunambe, Rax, let us return to the safety of the storehouse and take stock of our options. Rimmel lives. Failure of this sort does not become you, Karasu. Forgive me, Master. I had an unexpected reunion with some friends. Seems they had a mind to kill me, and just when I thought we were getting along so well. Your job is to give me answers, Karasu, not excuses. We can ill afford to let a few stray rats foil our plans. Should they return, kill them. This is your final warning. The next time you fail me will be your last. Does he have to say it like that? Fine, fine. Let it never be said that I'm not a loyal soldier. Oh, I bet that's the master that's supposed to be dead. I'm calling it. That's why his face was all smashed up, so he could fake his death. That's why it was nonsensical. Welcome back, Rex. You may enter. Once more, the Bloody Crow has managed to foil our best-laid plans. It's as if his skills burgeon with each encounter. But how could this be? Has he perfected some new training regimen since coming to Arosa? But there is no time to dwell on past mistakes. Since the times of my ancestors, failure in one's duty is unacceptable for a shinobi. My mission will end in success, Karathu's death, or my failure, my own. But all is not lost. Karasu is not the only one who has honed his skills. Fighting beside you back there, at times it felt as if we had trained together since childhood. You have shown remarkable focus and aptitude for our art, but you must grow stronger still if we are to have any hope of triumph. Devote yourself to your training, with the entirety of your body and mind, and Tsunambe and I will do the same. I await your return, Rax. I get to do another one? Sign me up. Let me get rid of some useless skills here, though. That I can use my menu for. That'll do, pig. Rax, I look into your eyes today and I see a mind unclouded by worldly cares. The time has come. I would pass on to you the ancestral garb of the shinobi. Knowing that this day was close at hand, I have already made the necessary arrangements. With Karasu watching over our every move, I cannot act freely, so I asked your friends at the Rogues Guild to send word to my village and arrange a delivery of a set. Needless to say, this location must remain a secret. I have arranged for the goods to be delivered in secret to the Devel, De Nevelli, De Nevel, De Nevel checkpoint. A porter there will be expecting you. Tsunabe and I must express our thank you to Captain Jack. Be mindful in your travels, Rex. We eagerly await your return. Suspicious-looking porter. Expecting a shipment of goods, you say? Now, that strikes me as right curious, on account of how a scraggly fellow came by not long ago to claim them. They were actually yours, you say? Well, ain't that a bloody coincidence? See, the fellow I talked to said that someone was going to come by saying just that, and that if he did, he'd pay good coin for me to gut him in proper. Job, bird. Have mercy. If I knew you were this strong, I would have never taken his money. Oh. And if I knew you were this incompetent, I would have put you out of your misery long ago. Well, if it isn't my favorite chirping little horse bird. Oh, come now. I'm not that scary, am I? I heard from a little bird in Doma of a shipment en route to Erosa in secret. I surmised, I'm quite good at that, you see, that it might have something to do with you and your friends, and I just had to know what was inside. Lo and behold, what did I find but a shiny shed of shinobi garb? Why did you not tell me it was your name day, little chick? I would have brought you something far more fitting, like a sack of gashel greens. No, I fear Brother Dim and Sister Swallow are mistaken. You are not quite ready for such an honor. But this is no fault of your own, after all. The student is only as good as his teacher. But today is your lucky day, little chick, for a true master has come to take you under his wing. 4 crates scattered to the winds, each containing one of the items you seek. 4 of my shadows, guarding each piece with their lives. A test, one where failure will mean your death. Red Rooster Stead, Costa La Sol, Jorun's Trading Post, Camp Overlook. Claim that which you seek by your own hand, or die in the act. It is of little matter to me. If by some chance you survive, return here. You just might find a very special present awaits you. Now, shoo shoo, I say. Fucking treasure hunt. Alright, let's get a little bit of deceased in.
Series right here at Comic Historian, where we take some of our older storylines that we've broken into single issues or 2 to 3 issues and turn them into a playlist, and then we combine them into an epic long journey for you to enjoy. That's the point of the full story series, taking our playlists and turning them into movies you can just pop on and sit for a long drive or sit at your studies or whatever you want to
no.
do. Today
But
we're
he
gonna
is a
be covering
femboy,
Deceased,
for sure.
Plus the tie-in issue, because here at Comic Historian, we like to give you the true full story.
Definitely a
everything that
femboy.
was involved in the particular event to the best of our ability. So, today we're going to do issues 1 through 6 of Deceased.
I imagine he's
and then
kind of like a
spin-off
Zarbon type,
Constantine.
you know?
Enjoy.
If that makes sense. If that reference is still fresh.
Thunder echoes as blow after blow falls on Darkseid's face, the final punch breaking his jaw, and the Kryptonian steps back. Wonder Woman tightens her hold on the lasso of truth, which finds itself wrapped around Darkseid's throat. The invasion lasted a week, but the entirety of the Justice League mobilized to stop it.
And Brother
You will
Dim
leave
won't
Earth
even
now,
notice.
Darkseid. Superman tells the god, glaring at him, and Batman steps forward. You will not return to our world. Say it. Wonder Woman snarls, tightening her hold. The lasso compels you. Darkseid stands, his wounds seemingly having no effect on him. He tugs free of the lasso, turning to an opening boom to. I will not return, for I have no need. The truth is, I have what I came for. The cosmic being tells them as he steps through the portal, disappearing. The team straightens up, danger having left them miss. You know, I thought that was going really well, up until that ominous last sentence. Green Arrow quips, slackening the arrow on his bowstring, when suddenly a device on Batman's utility belt begins to chime, bringing everyone's attention to him. Cyborg's missing, he states simply. He's not in Metropolis. He's not on Earth. The group doesn't understand how Batman would know that, but he simply tells them that he has a tracker monitoring Cyborg's every movement. He's a walking weapon with Apocalypse technology running through his body and brain, which we've barely scratched the surface of understanding. It would be irresponsible to let that kind of unknown power move freely. The team all stare at Batman as Superman finally asks the question, did Vic know you were tracking him? Batman's silence is answer enough, and anger courses through the Flash as he's suddenly whirling around asking questions. Do you have a tracker on Superman? He finally asks. No. Sighs of exasperation fill the team. Anyone concerned about the slight pause there?
Actually, you
Green
know
Arrow
what? We
asks.
already watched
The team puts
Deceased.
aside the question of
Yeah.
the morality of Batman's
I
decision.
watched the whole thing.
Welcome to the full story series. You see, here at Comic Historian, we take a lot
guess
of your
we're on,
favorite lore
Flash
within your
Godspeed
favorite pop culture
Returns.
universe, and we break them down into individual videos, giving you audio dramas that tell you brief portions of a storyline.
I hope they explain what Godsend
more and more
is.
videos to this longer storyline, and it becomes a giant, massive playlist, which becomes a problem for new viewers to
see.
track down the
Looks like
original
it's a little
videos.
north.
So we eventually put them all together into this giant video so that you can just enjoy an hour-long or 2-hour or 3-hour-long movie of your favorite playlist. And today, we're going to be covering the Godspeed arc, the Negative Flash arc, the Flash War arc. So basically, during Flash
Pardon me, my
Rebirth,
lord.
this is going
Have you
to
seen
cover
my
issues
owl goats
1
anywhere?
through 50.
Oh,
So you're gonna
it's
get to see
you.
everything from the origin
Don't
of
worry,
Godspeed to
this
the
won't
origin
hurt
of Negative Flash, to the
much.
Flash War, and then we're gonna leave you on
Die,
the
scum.
next part that we've been covering more recently. Hope you guys enjoy, and let's get into the story. Barry Allen is the fastest man alive, but even being super fast doesn't help you when you don't know where to go. Because of that, he is currently waiting for word from Batman or Wally about the unknown person that currently took 10 years away from the superheroes' lives. Wally has gone off to see the Titans and figure it out from that side, while Batman is doing his own investigations. Barry would love to get on the case himself, but there is plenty to keep him busy in Central City. And this is the problem that Barry is having. With so many crimes going on, he just isn't fast enough. He knows that, so he can't stay in one place long enough to even get a thank you. He runs off to the crime scene where his friend August is waiting for him with the captain of the police force, Singh. He grabs the evidence and then he remembers that he was supposed to meet up with Iris and the other Wally West. If you're confused, there are in fact 2 Wally Wests at this point, both raised by Iris. Classic Wally West is currently off with the Titans, while the newer Wally West that was introduced in the New 52
Oh,
is still
dear
here in the main book.
heavens. I must have fallen asleep while sunbathing. How can I ever thank you for rousing me from slumber? What I say, slit your throat, and we call it even, eh? For Karasu!
Barry runs over to Jitter's Cafe only to find that he's late as always.
He talks to them for a second, and then fire trucks go racing by. Wally looks up from his tablet to let Barry know that there's a fire on 4th and a Star Labs transport under attack on 22nd. Before Wally can even continue what he's saying, Barry takes off to the fire, putting on his suit. He tells himself he can do both. The fire is on the way, and he's fast enough, so he runs into the building where he grounds a woman and carries her out, and she screams, "My children!" He runs back in, dodging the flames in the crumbling building. And while this is going on, August managed to get into the path of the transport and the men who stole it. Members of the Black Hole pull their guns out on August. Flash runs out of the building with a kid in each arm. August, meanwhile, sees the Black Hole symbol and knows it. It was the symbol that was painted near where his brother was killed, and he wants to know who these guys are. They explained that they are Black Hole, and they pull the trigger. Flash knows that it's too late. He knows that he's a second off. He knows that he isn't fast enough, but he tries anyway. He hits top speeds, racing down the city with the rain pouring all around him. But he's already too late. And in a millisecond behind the bullet, he hears a crack. A bolt of lightning hits August, and then Flash sees August move at super speed.
Suspicious looking puller. What's with the dour face, lad? Fish just not biting today? Maybe they know you're already a dead man.
Speeds, knocking out the guy that tried to shoot him, and he looks at August to see he's now a speedster. And thus, the Flash had someone else with powers, someone else who was morally driven to do the right thing. The first thing that they did was test out the limits of August's new Speed Force powers because he refused to go to Star Labs and get tested there. Once they discovered that he could do everything that the Flash could do, August turned to him. "Thank you for helping me, Barry." I'm not Barry Allen, I'm the Flash. But August explained that Barry's secret was safe with him. He knows the Flash helps people, and he knows Barry was there for him when his brother was murdered. It's okay, he isn't gonna tell anyone. Meanwhile, while Barry is teaching his new friend, someone else is testing out their Speed Force powers in secret. Wally West gained them during the last storyline, and he's now testing out his top speeds, but he has a concern. His uncle was Daniel West, the
Suspicious
reverse Flash.
looking
What if
traitor.
he turns evil like his uncle?
Whatever possessed me to get set up and shop? Whatever possessed me to set up shop in this ungodly place? I'm like to drop dead from the fumes before I see a single Gillen profit. Of course, if I bring your head back to Karasu, I'll be set for life.
Barry and August head over to the office, where August begins to talk to Barry and ask him, "With these powers, there's so much that we could do. Why don't we do it, Barry? We could be above the law, handling things ourselves. We could save people that deserve it." And Barry tells August, "That sounds like revenge. While doing that sounds like it could be easy, it wouldn't be right. We need to do things by the book, August." And August asks him, "Wouldn't you use these powers to save your mother?" Which throws Barry off guard, because he tried that, breaking the timeline in the first place. Iris then calls up August to discuss the case. But while on the phone, the Black Hole group actually just kidnaps her right there because she's trying to report on them. August tells Barry where she is, and in a flash, she's gone. Just as Iris leaps out of the moving vehicle, Flash runs in, catching her, and then he
They're all about that caboose, aren't you?
By a weird Speed Force-based beam in his chest. The crooks all
That kind of train?
asking Flash, "Did you really think you could stop us alone?" And that's when August runs in. Not anymore, he doesn't. The Flash tries to tell him to stop, but August, using the tricks that he was taught, throws the Black Hole gang off their balance. Then, with their combined powers, they take out the gang and they get them arrested. Iris runs over to the new speedster to ask who he is, and after considering it and rubbing his chin, August informs her that he is the Flash's new partner. Flash thinks about it, and he decides that he likes the sound of that. A partner? Things could be worse. Maybe this was the Speed Force answering the Flash's wish to be able to live a life and save people, to be in two places at once. But that's when things get a tad bit more interesting, as the Speed Force storm that was around earlier giving August his powers begins to strike.
Alright, let's see what Bitch Boy's got to say. Yeah, you love riding that caboose. Rex, I'm relieved to see you safe. When you did not return, I feared the worst. Karasu did what? Forgive me. I never suspect he would target you on your own. It is clear to me that his treachery knows no bounds, and yet it is curious. Again, he chose to test you rather than dispatch you by his own hand. His intentions remain as inscrutable as ever. What's this? Harasu. Welcome back, Rax, and hello to you as well, Abaru. I left the present I promised you on your doorstep. Such a shame that you weren't home. Uh-oh. Tsunambe dead? The doorman dead? Yeah. We got two red shirts at least back at home. Rax, I realize it is far too early in your training for this, but the situation is grim. Our only hope of surviving the battle ahead is for you to learn the Mudra Jin. This is the mudra that will allow you to harness the energies of your fellow man. It is also the final mudra that I could teach you. Triggers cooldown of weapon skills. Mudra. Execution. Conversely, execution of weapon skills triggers the cooldown of this activation. Say so. Probably gonna have to be level 50 for the next part, I imagine. Nope. I'll be damned. You have learned Jin, the final mudra that I can impart to you. Combine it with the mudra you have already mastered, and you will find 4 new ninjutsu techniques available to you. Time is short, so listen well. The first is Hyotun, Ice Release. From Tenjin or Chi-Jin, the energies you summon will be channeled into a glacial flow. Second is Hutan, Wind Release. From Jin Chi Ten or Chi Jin Ten, the winds will gather and swirl around you. Third is Dotan, Earth Release. From Tenjen Chi or Jin Ten Chi, the earth itself will move at your will. Finally, there is Sutan, the release of water. From Ten Chi Jin or Chi Ten Jin, water will course and flow through you. As for how each technique will avail you. Oh, it's all down. Only one that's connected is YouTube somehow. I'm gonna have to stop and start it. It's like my internet went down for a hot second. Alright, okay. All I want to do is finish my class quest. Is that so hard? Oh, my internet just crapped out for a second. So it disrupted my stream, my precious storytelling. Okay. Oh my god. Why is this my life right now? There we go. You. Thanks a lot, Comcast. You messed up my funky flow. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah. Did that, explain that, yeah. Now, let's hurry. Let us hurry. Tsunami is in danger. Shuriken, a battle was fought here. I hear no sounds from within. Tsunami must be here somewhere. Byakubu has lost his words from the shock. He can't tell us nothing. Oh no, he can't tell us. He can tell us nothing. We must find Tsunami and quick. He can kind of speak. Must have got like karate chopped in the throat. Tsunami. It is but a flesh wound. Obora, look out. Oh, come now, little swallow. Say that it hurts, that you were scared. Tell the dim one how I took great pains to see that you were fully awake for each moment of agony and terror. Arasu, this time you've gone too far. Yes, yes, those are the eyes I wanted to see. Let the anger and the hatred burn away any spot of doubt that remains in your heart. The fire in your eyes, resolve born from the all-consuming flames of rage and passion. The look in your eyes that day when you looked on as your friends, your countrymen were massacred, powerless to end the slaughter. Be silent, be silent, be silent. Tsunami, stand back. I shall slice this crow's tongue, then tear him limb from limb with my bare hands. Such pure, unadulterated malice. Finally, you are an adversary worthy of my blade. The true shinobi, ever calm, dutiful to his master, presence of mind. Yes, the first few times we met, you fought with all the passion of a Mukujin. Today, you stand before me as a man. You wanted battle, and today you shall have one. No retreat, no reprieve. The defeated shall die like a dog, and the victor's tale will continue for another day. Why are we so far? What just happened? Oh, okay. Whoa! Oh, it opens up my special attack, I see. Oh, getting hairy. Wow, whoever healed me really saved my ass. Rasu Redbeak, in the name of our elders, I take your life as divine retribution for your crimes. Your blood-stained beak will feast on the innocent no more. Does he truly believe those words? Oh, yes, this beak is stained with blood, this I do not deny. But I am not the leader of this murderous flock. I'm tired of your riddles, Redbeak. Give me one reason why I should not separate your head from your shoulders. Oh dear, what a pickle I find myself in. Now, how can I put this in terms even the dim one can understand? I am not the traitor you seek. He is not I, and I am not he. You believe I was the only one who fled Doma. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Did you see the bodies? The faces of all your brothers who fell that day? Think, think, think! I know it's not a strength of yours, but surely you remember. One body maimed so badly that only the possessions could identify the man. And the face. Could it even be called a face? Not but shattered bone and shredded flesh remained where once had been the proud features of... Look at that noggin working overtime. You lie! One more word, one more twisted, deceitful word, Redbeak, and I will. Oboro, poor, sweet, stupid Oboro. How long will you continue to deceive yourself? You lie, Redbeak, as you always have. Did betraying our homeland not sate your thirst for treachery? Now you must drag our master's name through the mud? Answer me this, then. If you are not the traitor, then why did you flee the village that day? How often I have asked myself the same. Oh, how simpler things would be have I had been as naive as you. But the circumstances of Master Gekkai's death did not sit well with me. I left the village looking for answers and found something far more interesting. Our master himself, alive and well. In an instant, his hand was at my mouth and his blade at my neck. A simple choice he gave me: follow him and live, refuse and die. I would like to say I weighed my decision heavily, but the answer really was quite clear. Death is so final. After all, while life, even as spent as an imperial spy, holds so many opportunities. What's the matter, dim one? Do you still find my tale hard to swallow? Oh, believe as you will, redemption means little to a dead man. You are going to kill me, yes? That is your mission, after all. Sworn in the sight of the elders, tradition and custom, and so on and so forth. Candlekeep Quay. When the time is right, he will come, and all will be revealed. I just thought I'd tell the one who's shown himself capable of listening to reason. Lights grow dim, the stars turn black in the sky. Our hero fought bravely even, but his chapter in this grand memory has come to a close. Summoning his last breaths, our hero speaks. Just promise me this, Obaro. Wherever your mission, should you fail, just don't go off dying. I know how fond you are of tradition, but this is the new era, and we are not our ancestors. Besides, such an end just wouldn't become a solemn youth like yourself. So live, and leave the dying to those who can do it in style. Yes, I may have not been the hero I thought I was, nor the villain you would have had me be, but from beginning to end, it was me, and there is nothing I would rather be. Farewell, cruel world, and goodbye, bloody riddance. Wait, Karasu! Jesus Christ. That bitch is dead. I didn't see a body, though. What can this all mean? Urasu is dead. Our mission complete. Yet, you will forgive me if I am unsure how to feel about this turn of events. In any event, there is nothing more to be done here. Snambe is wounded. Let us bring her home. When we last met, I was not myself. Pray forgive me. Master Obaro waits inside. The mission that brought me into Orosa is complete. Once Tsunambe's wounds heal, we have no reason to sojourn further in these lands. And yet, if Karaso spoke true, no. It simply cannot be. All right, well, I think that's where we're going to end things today, because I'm sick of grinding today, and I like leaving off on a good note here. We killed that fucker Karasu, and I feel proud of myself. So, hey, bravo, JD, thanks for stopping by today and hanging out, and anybody else who's watching, whether you watch now or later, I appreciate you hanging out with me. But I should be back next Monday. That's the dream. So, well, not next Monday, but, the incoming Monday. You get it. But y'all take care.